evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Please rise for a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. This meeting is convened in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act in New Jersey. Let the official minutes reflect that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by publishing a notice in the Asbury Park Press on Friday, January 8, 2021, the Press of Atlantic City and the Star Ledger, and also forwarded to the Toms River Times, Toms River Patch, and WOBM News on Wednesday, January 6, 2021, and thereafter posting same on the Town Hall Bulletin Board for such notices and filing same with the Township Clerk pursuant to a resolution adopted by the Township Council on Tuesday, January 5th, 2021. The meeting dates have also been posted on the Township webpage. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Here.
Councilman Kopp.
Here.
Councilman Lotano.
Here.
Councilman Roderick.
Here.
Councilman Turnbach.
Here.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Present.
Council President Gagan.
Here. Here.
First item, the minutes of July 27, 2021.
Move the minutes.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilwoman Yurick, seconded by Councilman Turnbach. Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Abstain, I did not attend.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Next, we have a proclamation for the installation of Rabbi William Gershon from Congregation B'nai Israel.
Move the honoring resolutions, presentations.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilwoman Yurick, seconded by Councilman Turnbach. Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes. And this proclamation will be presented at a later date by the mayor as he was unable to attend tonight. So moving on to item 7, please.
Item 7 is a bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements and the acquisition of various capital equipment, appropriating $10,097,163 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $9,592,305 in bonds or notes to finance a portion of the cost thereof, authorizing in and by the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey. This is a final reading.
Okay. This is final reading. Does any member of the public have any questions on this item?
Seeing none, I move to close the public comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Move the ordinance on final.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilman Lotano. Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 8 is an ordinance reappropriating $985,532.25 of the proceeds of obligations not needed for their original purposes in order to provide for a capital improvement in and by the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey. Final reading.
And this is the final reading. Does any member of the public have any questions regarding this?
Seeing none, move to close public comment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Move the ordinance on final.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilwoman Yurick, seconded by Councilman Lotano. Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 9, an ordinance reappropriating $1,396,007.38 of the proceeds of obligations not needed for their original purposes in order to provide for a capital improvement in and by the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey. Also a final reading.
Okay, this is final reading. Does any member of the public have any questions regarding this? Okay.
Seeing none, I move to close the public comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Move the ordinance on final.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilman Lotano. Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 10 is an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, authorizing an appropriation of $685,000 from the Open Space Trust Fund toward the acquisition by the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection of real property designated as Block 1022, lots 2.03 and 2.04, Block 1026, lots 27 through 30 in the Township of Toms River. This is also a final reading.
Does any member of the public have any questions regarding this?
Seeing none, I move to close the public comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Move the ordinance on final.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilman Lotano. Council Vice President Maruka.
This was a long time coming, and this is one step closer for the acquisition of the Surf Club property, and I wholeheartedly vote yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
I agree with Councilwoman Maruka. This has been a long time coming, as many projects here started before some of us were up here, and I fully support this. Yes.
Item 11, an ordinance amending and supplementing Section 8.26 signs of Chapter 348 Land Use and Development Regulations of the Township Code to revise the general design guidelines for all signage within the township. First reading.
Move the ordinance on first.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilman Kopp. Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes. And before we move on to item 12, I'm going to ask Mr. Roberts and Mr. Junkalian to come up to give a presentation regarding the next two items on the agenda. So if we can dim some of the lights, please.
We just need to get the projector on. Let me see if,
Is there an electrician in the house?
yeah, I'm looking for Mike. Otherwise, I'm going to hit a button.
Hey, don't do that. I'll need my 12-year-old
Oh, no, it's
nephew to
on.
come
It's
and
on. It's
reboot.
on. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of council. Wait for this to link up. There we go. What I'm going to try to do, items 12 and 13 are related. Item 12 is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a redevelopment agreement with the Capadagli Property Company, trading as a LLC in regards to this waterfront redevelopment project. The site that we're talking about is better known as the property right behind it's the parking lot right behind the Music Academy, where the Red Carpet Inn was. What I'm going to do here is really just provide an overview for members of council and for the public. And what I'd like to do is start with kind of a look back as to how we got here this evening. We actually, in 2009, the township designated the waterfront redevelopment area, and generally that area runs from Water Street to the river and from the parkway to also to the river. The river bends as you get to the property that we'll be talking about tonight, and that's actually that bridge there is really the easterly boundary of the redevelopment area. It does include properties on Iron Street on the other side of water. Most of those are parking lots, but it does not include properties from the Iron Street, from that parking lot on Iron Street to the parkway. That's in a separately designated rehabilitation area. What happened that happened in 2009. In 2011, there was the bid had a redevelopment plan drafted, which I had prepared for them back in 2011, the township did not adopt that plan primarily because of concern about the traffic control, circulation, and the ability of the road network to handle a redevelopment, which at the time, proposed by the bid concept plan, called for a maximum of 500 units and 126,000 square feet of retail. That was the general projected concept that was done in 2011. Fast forward to 2017, to 2015, after Sandy, there was money available for planning, and the township did a traffic study for that general area, which involved the main intersections of Main and Water, Irons and Water, Irons and Herflicker, and most importantly, the intersections around the exit 81 from the Garden State Parkway interchanges with Lakehurst Road, Highland Parkway, and Water Street, which, as everyone knows, is a very complicated intersection. That study was done with a computer model, and it recommended what has since then been referred to as the loop. It generally involved the construction of Herflicker Boulevard, which is really the most important part of it. Right now, Water Street handles all the traffic in and out from between the parkway and the downtown. Herflicker was considered to be a parallel road to Water Street that could take some of that southbound traffic off Water Street that's headed for the towns that are to the south, starting with South Toms River, Beechwood, Pine Beach, et cetera, and take it off of Water Street.
Mr. Roberts, I'm
yes.
sorry to interrupt, but there's a text message that came in from someone at home. They said the audio for the council meeting is not working.
Okay. I know it's working here, so.
Okay. The audio is not working?
The audio for the meeting is not working.
Okay. Destiny, is our IT person in the back there? Are they?
He's trying, but there's no video feed. He said there's audio, but there's no video feed.
Is there audio? Let me check my text messages. I have none. So you're saying there's audio or video, but no audio? And
Hang on.
IT is saying the opposite,
Okay. No,
which is,
you're right, video is not working, only sound. You won't probably get this until after the meeting. You're correct.
Video, okay.
Video is not working.
Yeah, so the video is not working, but the sound is working. He's trying to get the video up now.
okay. Yeah, we can give them a moment.
Sure.
If that's okay.
Right now, there's nothing going on with the video.
I was going to say, you could describe the
Right.
demolition of the red carpet inn.
Yeah,
That's the picture that's up right now.
sure. It is being taped though, correct? Okay, so we'll be posting. I want to go ahead and continue, Mr. Roberts, who knows how long that'll be.
Sure.
Thank
Okay.
you.
The other thing we can
Thank you.
do, is make this PowerPoint available on the website tomorrow.
Yeah, please do.
We just finished it this afternoon. Basically, that traffic study then got rolled into the redevelopment plan, which we then adopted in 2017, right about the same time as the township was experiencing a lot of difficulties with the red carpet inn, and it had been for a number of years. At one point, just to kind of refresh everyone's memory now that we've been without that building for several years, there was something on the order of 700 police calls within a matter of a couple of years just generated by that one building. It was responsible for most of the crime calls that were going on in the downtown at the time. As you remember, the township took action in that time frame of around 2017 to 2018 to acquire that property and demolish the building. It was set up as a temporary parking lot, as you see there today. And then in 2018, after we had adopted the redevelopment plan in 17, we put out an RFP, which is a request for proposals, to see if there was any interest in the part of the development community in redeveloping the parking lots that the township already had control over. Those were referred to as the lower Iron Street parking lots, which are the ones across from the post office, and the upper Iron Street lot, which is at the top of the hill near the intersection of Iron Street and Schneider. We did get one proposal, and that was after doing a little bit of marketing, making sure the development community knew about the opportunity. The one proposal that we received was from the Capitagli Property Management Company. They did a proposal that had a concept, but before that, in 2018 as well, just to give everyone an idea of moving parts that have been evolving, the township submitted an application for a grant to the Federal Highway Administration, and it was based on the original loop concept that was put out in the traffic study from 2015. Well, what happened as a surprise, and these involved 2 county roads at least, maybe 3, Highland Parkway, Water, and Herflicker, the federal government selected the grant. It was the only grant selected in New Jersey in that first round of the Build 18 grant applications. The problem was at the time, though, that because they involved county roads, the project needed to get on the state transportation improvement plan and the North Jersey Transportation Authority's transportation improvement plan in order to be able to move out of the concept stage. What happened in 2020 is the county, after a number of 2 years of negotiation and talks with the county, decided that they were going to take on the concept plan for the road improvements, and they hired a consultant at their expense to do that plan. That plan took place in 2019, 2020, carried over into 2021, was wrapped up in May. There were 2 public information centers, which are called PICs for short, that they were done, as you can imagine, during COVID, they were done virtually, but they were actually fairly well attended because of the fact that it was convenient for people to participate, and the county's consultant explained some of the results of their data gathering. The difference between this traffic study and concept plan and the original one that was done by the township is that the county brought in multiple other intersections. They expanded the analysis of the traffic patterns beyond just the several intersections that were in the redevelopment area. They had been studying those already, and they increased that. As you can see, this is the preferred concept, and you probably, as you sit farther away from it, it's harder to see, but it almost looks kind of like an octopus towards the upper left-hand corner. That is the recommended solution to the current problems that we have at Exit 81 northbound ramps. The concept shows a roundabout, which is not a traffic circle. It's a completely different design. They're becoming more and more favored even by this DOT these days because they self-regulate the traffic patterns in the area. The other concern here is that you can see on the middle section to the left, that's the Exit 81 off and on ramps for the northbound side of the parkway. There's a fairly short distance between those ramps and the intersection, and having a signal there is something that the Turnpike Authority is very reluctant to approve because they're afraid the traffic will back up into the parkway, into the travel lanes. So the roundabout was reviewed with them. The computer generated analysis was reviewed with the Turnpike Authority, and they were comfortable that the roundabout would work. That then became part of the preferred alternative that came out of that process. The other change that took place there was that the one-way loop actually had a fatal flaw to it, which is that all of the southbound traffic, if it was forced to come down Herflicker heading south, if it wanted to get back to Water Street to continue on to Route 37 or what have you, it would end up at the stop sign on South Main right before you go over the bridge. And that stop sign would cause a backup that caused the whole concept to fail. So the alternative that was derived was to keep Herflicker and Water Street both as two-way and to modify the intersections and improve their functionality in between. That would be the intersections at Irons and Herflicker, Water and Irons, and Adafre and Herflicker, which would now be continued all the way to Highland Parkway, and then the intersection of Herflicker with Highlands Parkway. So that became the preferred alternative. It also provided for some improvements to the intersection of Main and Water, which is another real difficult intersection, especially for pedestrians to try to navigate to get to Huddy Park. The concept was required to consider not just vehicular circulation, but pedestrian circulation as well. So that was the result of the build grant. Between 18 and the present, basically all of last year, we negotiated a grant agreement with the Federal Highway Administration. It was executed on September 18th of 2020. The project is now required to be completed by September 18th of 2025. The projections that were used for this concept development were based on full build-out of the redevelopment area. And that's a point that needs to be emphasized because there's been some misinterpretation of that. It's not just to correct the problems we have today, which it will improve, because it involves synchronizing all of the signals at these intersections, but it will accommodate full build-out of the entire redevelopment area, not just the project that we're talking about tonight, but every project that will ever be built, whether the projects are ever built or not. These road improvements can accommodate them. So that's what happened in 2018. And then now we're looking at the site, as you see in the slide. This is just a Google Earth shot taken from Water Street, facing the back of the post office. And what's visible in this view are the two radio towers. We checked to see the height of those radio towers. One is 300 feet, the other is 280 feet tall. So the reason I point that out is we use them as a frame of reference because everyone is used to seeing them. It gives you an idea of the height. It's effectively almost 3 times, a little less than 3 times the height of the building that we'll be talking about tonight, because that has been a concern that we've been dealing with. And essentially what you can, a frame of reference you can use is if you can see the top of the radio tower, but only the top of the radio tower, or if you can't see the radio tower at all, you're not going to see the building that we're proposing on the site tonight. And now, in terms of the proposals, the upper one was the original proposal that was submitted to the township when we received responses to the RFPs. The original proposal for this site was 400 units and 520 parking spaces. And as you can see, the building is lower. It had 2 levels with 4 levels on top of 2 or 3 levels of parking. That was modified, but at this point, that top concept showed the restaurant actually facing Herflicker, and if you just a point of orientation, the river would be to your right. Then the concept was modified after some initial input from the township. It was still 400 units, but it was changed to focus its face everything towards the river. And that was the first time that we brought up the issue of the treatment of the water's edge. And that particular concept had a much more architectural step down to the water's edge from the building. It also, as you can see, suggested that the restaurant that was originally proposed to be incorporated in the building be externalized on the outside part of the building, closer to Main Street. However, when that proposal was originally reviewed with the Department of Environmental Protection, they basically said we want to retain a view shed to the river from the west, and therefore there has to be a space in between the buildings. That, in other words, they wanted the building perpendicular to the river, which is fairly common, a requirement for buildings that are on waterfronts and many beachfronts like Ocean City, Virginia Beach, other places. You'll notice buildings turned perpendicular so that there's views of the water. So that required the developer to come up with, push the building up in height to be able to provide that 100-foot, I believe it's about 100-foot space between the two buildings. And that's what was presented to the Land Use Committee at the first presentation, September 1st of last year. The other consideration there was that the DEP wanted a naturalized water's edge. So if you look at the slide to the bottom, which is the edge of the water side is the same, but effectively they're now using a living shoreline where there was no bulkhead before, and they're only allowed to replace the bulkhead where the bulkhead currently exists, which was really behind the Red Carpet Inn site. So that became effectively the waterfront park. They came up with an idea of a multi-level boardwalk open to the public along the water's edge, and then a step up to the elevation that would be the first floor elevation of the building itself, and fronted their restaurant, their coffee shop, and some of their other public uses on that side of the building. As a result of the comments they received from the Land Use Committee of September 1st, and then from the Mayor's Redevelopment Advisory Committee about a month or so after that, they actually, some of the concerns initially were the parking ratio. You can see that the original proposal on top was for 327 units and 411 parking spaces. But after the input that they got regarding the concern about parking, they removed they stepped the building back from the river. That caused them to reduce the project from 327 units to the current version, which is 285 units, same number of parking spaces. And you can see the breakdown in the table, basically 44 studios, 141 one-bedrooms, 56 two-bedrooms, 1 3-bedroom market unit. And then the other concern that was a result of the financial analysis that was done by the township's the consultant reviewing the numbers, the pro forma from the developer, was that the 20% affordable, which was something that was part of a settlement agreement between the township and the Fair Share Housing Center in 2016, was going to be very difficult for the project to bear. It had to have 20% of the units deed restricted affordable. So we negotiated an agreement with the Fair Share Housing Center to get that number down to 15%. And that's what the 43 units is a result of, 15% of 285. And those were deed restricted affordable. They would have to go through the typical lottery process for affordable units that's required by the state of New Jersey. And that is just a blow-up of the existing proposal that's before the council tonight. And it really shows a little bit more of the public. The reason that I blew it up is because it shows a little bit more detail, the water's edge treatment from where you would get onto the property from really where the bridge meets Water Street, and wrapping it around all the way to Herflicker Boulevard, and then there's ways to get up to the frontages along the building. And then effectively what you have here is just a marking of the floor plan on the top and the rendering on the bottom. And effectively what they show is a fitness center on the far left, a co-op workspace that's called a social room, but it's actually a co-work space where folks can, instead of, if they want to work from home, they have the facilities there that they can share, printers, Wi-Fi, things like that. And then in the center, the restaurant, and then it's a full-service restaurant, and then a coffee shop on the right. Those are the uses that are shown facing the river. What you don't see is that there are 2 commercial spaces proposed on the corner of Water and Iron Street to wrap those buildings around. As you know, you see Music Academy, then you see the social services and the mental health buildings next to that, and then there's a parking lot that brings you to the corner. This would fill in that parking lot with retail on the corner, and then effectively the 2-story sections of the building would flow down Iron Street with the 2 residential components perpendicular to the water. So that's generally the layout. What we've tried to do in order to get a handle on the impact, the council had seen this initial presentation on March 10th. There was a couple of concerns expressed regarding the height. It's technically it's 2 stories of parking and retail and 8 levels of residential in effectively 2 tower-type buildings. The concern was, what is that going to look like, and from where are you going to be able to see it? This first slide was a cross-section taken through Google Earth showing the proposed building modeled on top of Google Earth, and then shows the cross-section through the 2 radio towers from the parkway, just to get a sense of the difference in height. The building is to the left. So if you trace this up directly to here, this represents the project. This radio tower is on the other side of this cut, and this cut runs right through this radio tower and then the parkway. So this is like a slice. If you were to take a knife and slice a pie and turn it sideways, that's what the cross-section shows. And then there's a series of those that the redeveloper's architect prepared to be able to illustrate from vantage points. And you can see these, they look like ice cream cones in brown. This is the cone of vision. This is hard. This is, at this scale, it's very difficult to even see. But that's actually a person at about 6 feet in height, which would be the average viewing height for someone that would be looking out there. And it shows that effectively, when you look at the Google Earth and you see the number of buildings, vertical elements that are in your cone of vision, on your cone of vision is usually 45 degrees looking up or down, that cone of vision is projected up over the top of those objects. And what you see is that it deflects your vision over the top of those buildings. Now, as I mentioned before, from some places in the downtown, the closer you get to Water Street, the more of these towers you can see. And the farther away you get, the less of those towers you can see. And there are other things blocking your view. Buildings, trees, things like that. So we took a number of those cross-sections. This one was meant to show the height relationship between the apartment building on Legion Square, which is here, and the distance between there and the height of the building and the height of the towers. The next one was a shot taken through to show the height relationship between the buildings and the county jail, which is one of the other tallest buildings in the downtown. As you can see, because the jail is up at a higher elevation, there's probably the area where the building's proposed is the lowest point in the township. It's basically only about 4 feet or 3 feet above the sea level. It's the flood. That's what the current elevation is. The top of the hill, as you drive up Iron Street, if you drive up Main Street or any of the other areas that get you up to the top of the hill, it's probably somewhere between 15 and 30 feet, depending on where you're taking that measurement, higher than Water Street. And that gives you an idea of the jail. Even though the jail is not anywhere near 10 stories, it's perched up on a hill. So the relative heights are comparable if you take kind of a shot across there. The area in between, which is this section through here, is more of the downtown area where you would be looking up at buildings on the sidewalk and effectively what you would see. So what the cross-sections did basically was confirm what we had suspected, which is that unless you're almost down the hill, halfway down the hill towards Water Street, you will see either none of the building or little of the building because of the difference in elevation. This last cross-section was done to try to show what might be seen by the neighborhoods behind or alongside Main Street as you move up from the property. In this case, we cut through the Fire Company number 2 building. We cross Snyder, which is the closest residential street to the development. As you can see, it's right on the top of the hill. It's right on there's a row of trees on the retaining wall, and then there's 3 or 4 homes on Snyder that are the closest to this project of any of the neighborhoods in the downtown. As you move back from Snyder and you get to Lean Street, you have, again, another section of trees and buildings. And then as you move to Messenger and then finally out to Broad, you're cutting through the office building on the corner of Lean and Main and so on. So again, I think this is a pretty conclusive illustration that effectively the only residential properties that would have a partial or partial view at all of the building itself would be on Snyder. As you get past Snyder, it really is effectually blocked by the difference in elevation and the vertical elements that are in the way. And then finally, this slide is trying to show a combination of the proposed development at the end of the river and the various traffic improvements, including the roundabout, the improvements to Highland Parkway. As you can see, they move back fairly far from the roundabout. They extend all the way to the southbound ramp. That's a big problem in the afternoon, trying to make a left turn to get on Parkway southbound if you're coming from the east. And then the reconstruction of Herflicker Boulevard, of which the county is going to be participating in the cost of that. And then intersection improvements all along Herflicker, even into South Toms River, where it merges with 166. So those are all that's effectively the, if you could fast forward to 2025, that's what the area would look like after all the road improvements are done. This is really just a comparison of a couple of towns. We often hear at meetings comparisons to Red Bank, Belmar, Asbury Park, and so on. These are a couple of examples of how what this first development would look like in compared to some of the buildings that are parts of those downtowns. Actually, the one in Belmar is a senior citizen building. It's been there for many years. It's 10 stories. So it gives you an idea of the fact that these types of buildings are commonplace in those types of towns and downtowns that we've been trying to emulate. I just wanted to get to some fiction and fact. We did a similar presentation for the DOJ. Some of the things that we've been hearing and some of the actual facts. One of the what I would call fiction is that the project will have over 500 apartments. And again, as was already been stated, there's actually 285 in this building. There is a commercial component of 16,000 square feet, which we've already gone over. Another thing we've heard is that the project won't pay taxes. And actually, this property is currently tax exempt because they're municipally owned parking lots, so they don't pay taxes now. The project will pay a service charge, or what's known as a payment in lieu of taxes, which we're estimating to be at this point, or calculated to be somewhere around on the order of between $300,000 and $400,000, but the number that has been calculated is $392,747. That'll be cemented down in the financial agreement, which is part of that would actually be item number 12 on tonight's agenda. The other things we've heard is that the project's going to be full of Section 8 low-income housing. Just like Legion Square, it's been compared to Legion Square on Legion Court. The fact is Legion Square is a 55-unit apartment building with 11 deed-restricted affordable units. That's 20% as opposed to the 15% in this project, none of which are subsidized with Section 8 certificates because those tenants have to go through a lottery. They have to meet income requirements that are not too low so they can afford the rent and not too high so that they can be qualified as being eligible for affordable units. So they have to go through a pretty vigorous screening process that's managed by the township's administrative agent to make sure they're done with accordance with state requirements. This project is projected to have, and would have not more or less than 15%. Not more than 15% because that would make the project not cost effective. That's why we negotiated it down from 20 to 15. And then not less than 15% because that's what's required. The 43 deed restricted also, for the same reason, would not be Section 8, and they would be qualified through the lottery. The other twist to this is that over the last couple of years, a provision that allows for veterans preference was approved, and it effectively allows the developer to take of the affordable units up to 50% of them and reserve them for veterans. What that does is it allows for the administrative agent to effectively keep two lists. One list of when people respond to the lottery and they send in their applications for these units, those that are veterans that meet the eligibility requirements for veterans under that program would be put on one list. They're also on the list with everyone else that may not be veterans. So they're effectively on two different lists, so that gives them greater chances of being matched up with those 50% of the units. So really, in this case, 21 of the 43 units would be allowed to be dedicated for veterans first, and that's consistent with what the township has been doing with trying to improve life for veterans by attracting the VA clinic. Another piece of fiction that we've heard is that the project's restaurant, coffee shop, and other commercial uses will pull business away from downtown. The actual projection here is that the occupancy would generate about anywhere between 400 and 500 residents. I think the actual number that was calculated, or at least projected, was about 509, I think, within a block of the downtown businesses. But in addition to that, while the project would be built, which would probably be somewhere in the order of 18 months, there would be 322 construction jobs and 73 permanent jobs as a result of the project. When you start to think about that number of folks working on a project downtown, the money that they would spend on lunches and things like that, gives you a sort of a sense. But we also asked the developer for an economic estimate as to what the spending power would be from that many people within a block of the downtown. We have estimated, based on estimated household incomes needed to pay rents, ranging from $1,250 a month for studios and $1,875 a month for 2 bedrooms, and there's 44 studios and 56 2-bedrooms. The estimated consumer spending power of the project is estimated at $4.9 million a year, and that's based on 28% of your income you spend on goods and services that you need. The ones that are available within walking distance are the ones you're going to be going to first. The ones that are not available are the ones you'll be driving to outside of the downtown. So that gives you an idea of the potential economic benefit that this project will spin off into the downtown. Another fiction piece is that the project will eliminate all the public parking that's on the site now. And it is true that the project will occupy that space. But one of the reasons why the project was so expensive to build is because those 411 parking spaces are on a 2-level parking structure that needs to support the weight of the residential portion of the project. So as a result of that, the agreement that's on the agenda for tonight, that's item number 12, requires a minimum of 78 parking spaces that may be made available for retail and public use. So there'll be flex spaces that you'll be able to park in when you go if you decide to visit the restaurant, or if you just need a place to park and walk downtown. Finally, I think this may be the last one. The project will make traffic along Water Street even worse than it is now. We've heard that actually at one of our former council meetings. The council applied for, and I mentioned this, the $5.6 million federal highway grant, and just to kind of restate it, that those public improvements, those circulation improvements, are meant for the full build out of the total redevelopment area, even if it never happens. And $5.6 million of that is being paid for by the federal government. We have to meet the federal government requirements. It's a long process, but the bottom line was the township realized going back to 2011 that the transportation network would have to be improved in order for any redevelopment to occur. And not only did they put it in a plan, but they got the money to pay for it. So I think that effectively dispels anything that with regard to the traffic. It's been studied. I can say honestly, it's been studied to death. And we believe that we've got a solution that will work. We've seen the numbers projected to improve all of the waiting times at all the intersections, even beyond what happens today, even with all the development. So just so that's clear. And then finally, there's no market. What happens if there's no units? If there's no market for the units, and the developers built the building, won't they have to then turn it into low-income housing because they have no other choice because they need the rent? And this is one of the things that we've been, beside the fact that you have a need to try to, there's been a desirability, and there's been a market study done probably 18 months ago that documented that there's a market. Beyond all of that, that was before we became aware of the expansion plans that Community Medical Center has, for example, that are substantial, and I believe there's a representative from Community Medical Center here this evening that can certainly speak to it. But the information that I heard is that, or that I've seen and had in a couple of meetings that I've had with their professionals, is their projected employment is 800 medical professionals at the Community Medical Center. They're going to become a teaching hospital, may have already started that program. but they're going to be growing that over the next number of years to probably, from what we heard, anywhere between 170, 200 interns and residents. And again, certainly could be corrected if there's better information that the representative from CMC can provide. But these this development is in a perfect location for these interns and residents, for example, that are effectively doing a rotation of 2 or 3 years. They are going to be more inclined to be tenants than owners, and they will have a variety of incomes in any kind of a hospital system that would probably qualify for some of the affordables as well as the market units. In addition to that, the redeveloper has already made a commitment to provide incentives for medical workers, and they've already done that in some of their other projects for first responders, police, fire, et cetera. That's just a part of what they do normally. And then last but not least, the recent announcement that the VA clinic is coming down to Hooper Avenue, which is about a 10-minute drive away, in addition to the expansion that the county's planning with their social services complex, means that there'll be a market that's growing for these units, and we are very comfortable that the project will be very successful. The developer is very confident that it'll be successful because they've already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars getting to this evening, and we don't believe that there's a concern in that regard. So I think that's really, I apologize for the length, but I think there's been a lot that has happened to get us to this point. I felt that was, the council felt that it was important for the public to be kind of brought up to speed, or at least reminded about some of those things, and I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, if the council has any.
Council President, I have one question. Jay, could you just go over the redevelopment plan and the percentage of building heights? Because I know that has been a concern for the residents that live closer to the downtown, that if the percentage of buildings that would be the 10-story and then the other different levels there, because that the whole project will not be 10 stories throughout the entire redevelopment area.
Right, and I actually, when we did the original redevelopment plan in 2017, the design intent was to get a variety of building heights so that we wouldn't have all one height throughout the entire area. The reality of construction in development is that if you go above five levels or whatever that magic number is, you go from stick-built to steel and concrete. So even though we allowed those heights, we thought it would take a lot of revenue to be able to create that. The fact that the developer went from a shorter building, squatter building, and broader building to a taller building was not anticipated, but it was a result of the DEP review. But effectively, the plan still says that not more than, I think it's 10% or whatever it is, of all the buildings in the entire redevelopment area can be more than 8 stories or more than 10 stories, and we have percentages stepping down from that point. So you would never have all 10-story buildings. Most likely, what we anticipate will happen on the projects that are not required to build parking garages, which are the expensive part of it, that they're going to do the private property owners, and these are where they're not replacing parking that was originally open to the public. They're going to do surface parking, which means they're not going to be spending as much money on their parking, which means they're going to do stick-built, and most likely what you'll see are mostly 3 to 4 story from this point forward, as long as they don't have to do structured parking.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Does any other member of the council have any questions for Mr. Roberts?
I do.
Go ahead.
My first question is if you could clarify how many units are in each building?
Well, there's 285 units in the total project. They're divided between the two buildings. I would imagine it's 50-50. I don't have the exact count, but I believe it's 285, and it's probably 50% in one building, 50% in the other.
Okay, now does this agreement lock the developer up as far as the commercial component, or can that be changed afterward?
Well, the general parameters that are in the agreement are what the township and the developer are agreeing to. So once the agreement's signed, they're committed to provide that amount of development. If the plans change and they want to do more than that, they would have to come back and amend the agreement.
And that could happen at any time?
And any redevelopment process, you can always amend an agreement.
Before completion?
But it would have to be mutually agreed upon by both sides. It's a contract.
Theoretically, this could exceed 285 units?
Not
if
without,
someone,
not without this count, not without
they'd have
coming
to come
back to
before
this
council
council.
after.
I mean, in other words, if you're saying, could they go to the planning board and ask for more, the answer is not without coming back and amending that
Gotta
agreement.
come into account.
That makes this different from a conventional development.
But there is a means to do that.
Only if the council agrees to it. The thing about the redevelopment process is that this body is the be-all and end-all. Nothing happens in this process without your agreement. It's different than a traditional development process where a developer, if they look at the ordinance and they can meet the ordinance requirements, they can go to the planning board, and it's very difficult for the planning board to deny it because they don't need to have any variances. This is completely different.
Is the commercial market a weak market right now?
Well, that's a good question. That to some extent explains why the mix of residential and commercial was different than the original concept plan in 2011, which said 500 residential and 126,000 square feet of retail. You're right. You need a certain number of residential to support a certain amount of retail. Generally what happens in the market is employment attracts the residential and residential attracts the retail. But we think that, and the developer feels that having a mix of the retail in with the residents provides a convenience for their residents, but it's also open to the public. So anybody can come and enjoy it.
And my last question is, when we had spoken in closed session a number of months ago, maybe over a year ago, we were discussing the number of school-age children. Now that the number of units has changed, what would the expectation be as far as school-age children?
Well, there's different calculations, and there was a fiscal impact analysis done as part of this, which was done under the auspices of the special counsel, who's here this evening as well, and Joe Bauman, who's available to answer any of the questions you have. The fiscal impact analysis had a range. The low end was 25, the high end was 50, and most of that is anticipated from the affordable units. However, that's a analysis based on any type of building. This now having to become a high-rise with an elevator, which will be controlled through a security system with fobs and everything else. Not effectively family-friendly. It's more generated to singles, and that's really what we're expecting to get.
Is Mr. Bauman prepared to?
I would defer to him if he's available. Sure.
As far as the number, the number of children.
Correct. Those are the numbers that Dave just gave you. I'm pulling up the actual report, but that's the range.
What was the number?
There was two different, there's lots of methodologies for projections, and the low end was 25, the high end was 50.
Just at 50 students, the pilot was going to pay $400,000 annually in property taxes, correct? Or payments
in
to
lieu
the
of
municipality.
Right.
50 school children would cost the district over $500,000.
It's, well, not correct. Actually, not true. No. The fiscal impact goes through that in detail, and we can certainly provide that. I think there's been drafts that have been circulated, but certainly can provide that. The fiscal impact consultants that work for the township contacted all of the township departments and consulted with the school district. Effectively, there would be 3 schools that would be recipients of any children that would be generated from this development. That would be the
Walnut Street?
Walnut Street. I was trying to think of the
Not to
W
get
Street.
too, I don't want to
Walnut
get too far off track,
Yeah.
but
Well, anyway, basically what it comes down to is that the actual costs to the district would be for education, for instruction and transportation. That there's certainly a way that you could cover that through tuition using
do
the
they
pilot.
get any of the, do they get any
That
of
is
the pilot
totally
money?
up to the township.
I mean,
You can
technically, no, right? A little bit goes to the county and the rest goes to the township. right?
under the law, there's no obligation for the township to share the pilot with the school district, but you have all the flexibility in the world to do that if you choose. And
Okay.
if once the building starts to be occupied and we see what really is generated by the building, then you have the opportunity year by year to make an arrangement with the school district.
Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Roberts.
Does any other member of the council have any questions? Mr. Turnback.
Mr. Roberts, I understand obviously that the council has been made aware of this project. I've sat through meetings in executive, and I'm aware that Capadaglia Group has met with the Business Improvement District. Our downtown obviously is comprised of many businesses, but we also have many residents that live in the downtown. And my question is, has Capadaglia met with the residents of downtown, or had meetings with the residents of downtown so they could gather their input on this project, or at least update the residents of the downtown as to what's happening.
Well, I guess I can't speak to, and certainly the Capodagley Property Group brought their entire team this evening. And we have representatives of the BID here as well. I know that the BID has a resident committee as part of their structure. They use that committee to be a sounding board for the residents. And I know that the BID has a link to our website where these renderings have been available, and the redevelopment plan has been available for download since probably sometime around October or November of last year. So there have been opportunities to avail of, and certainly I field questions every day from the public. As far as an organized meeting with the residents, I can't speak to that. I know there's been talk about it, but
Certainly,
that's one of the reasons we're doing the presentation tonight.
In fairness to Capodagley, it's been a trying year, and in fairness to our residents, with COVID,
Sure.
we're not really having normal meetings where residents can come out. I mean, we've really just started having these meetings, so it's not a shot at Capodagley. I'm just making sure that we have to balance what's important to our businesses and our business owners, but we cannot lose sight of the residents that reside here, and I want to make sure that their voices are heard or have had an opportunity to be heard. And I recognize with COVID that may be difficult, and I certainly recognize that this project and plan has been up on the township website, but this is a project that's potentially going to change the face of our downtown, and I don't want to just respond to the residents that, well, you could have seen it on the website. I mean, I want to make sure our residents are aware and that their input is being considered.
No, absolutely true, and that's one of the reasons why, as everyone knows, it's very uncommon for a presentation to be made before a vote on a resolution.
Sure.
But because this is an important resolution, we wanted to put this out, provide as much information as we could to the public ahead of time to let them know that we've heard some of the things that have, some of maybe the concerns that have been expressed. Some of the ways that they've been expressed have been by effectively going in a direction that's really not factual. We wanted to try to provide the fiction and fact. We took our lead from the way that the DOJ was presented, which was very effective, thinking that this way is the best way for us to make it understandable to the public, and certainly this presentation can be used, posted online. We can certainly answer questions, and I know that the redeveloper has been talking to the BID about setting up a public information center in the BID's Welcome Center downtown, and we can certainly do that here in downtown. There's a lot of ways we can make it more accessible to the public.
And I think the presentation's been excellent. My concern, quite honestly, is we're doing this presentation tonight. We're going to have questions and answers tonight, but because it's a resolution, it's not an ordinance where we generally have a first reading and then a opportunity to hear public comment, 2 weeks, and then a decision. We don't have that tonight. We're going to have a presentation, questions and answers, and theoretically, we're going to move to a vote. And my concern is that's not really giving residents time, right? Because if we make a decision tonight to move forward on this and then say, well, residents, later on you can come and find out, we're not giving them an opportunity to voice their concerns. And I was going to make a motion at some point to allow the questions and answers to take place, but then to possibly table this vote so that we can hear from our residents.
The only other thing I would indicate, just so the public's aware, this is not the end of the process. This is just allowing the redeveloper to move on to the planning board. And the planning board always has a public hearing for every project that they review. So there is another opportunity. And I would imagine these plans are going to be refined as they move in that direction.
And I agree with you, and I understand it, but the responsibility here, and you had stated it, we're the end-all, be-all on the council in making this decision. We don't make a lot of decisions with regard to developments, but we are making this decision, and we've got to make sure that our residents' concerns are addressed before we make that decision.
Okay.
Is any other? Does any other member of the council have any questions, comments?
Yes, I do.
Councilman Montano.
All right.
Mr. Roberts, what is the amount of money to be considered affordable housing? Do you know what that number is?
Well, it depends on household size. It gets in the weeds, to use an expression. Generally, one thing about in this particular project, normally you have a minimum or a maximum of 20% of the total number of affordables would be for one bedrooms, not less than 20% for 3 bedrooms, and the rest can be 2s, or they can all be 2s and 3s. In this case, it's 50% 2s and 3s. That was the agreement that was reached with the Fair Share Housing Center. So with a 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom unit with a larger household size, or just because they have extra bedrooms, the income range is higher than it would be for a 1-bedroom or anything other than a 1-bedroom. So the rents, I think the rent range is anticipated for the affordables to be somewhere between $1,295 and $1,395, something like that. So they're not insubstantial, but they would meet the income guidelines for 2 or 3-bedroom units that COA sets up, and those are adjusted periodically so that they stay in pace with inflation. Mm-hmm. So it's you would have to make enough salary to be able to afford that rent for a household of whatever would fit in a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom.
So I spoke to the owner of Legion Square, and they have 11 affordable units, and the owner had told me that some of them were teachers and police officers. You know, in your first year as a police officer, you're not making a ton of money. Would that be the same range?
Yeah, I mean,
that would be.
That's generally what you find. Just because they're deed-restricted affordable doesn't mean that they're only available to folks that, in other words, you have to have a job, you have to document your income, you have to show pay stubs and everything else, just like any other tenant. It's just that you have to fit within that window of making enough to afford the rent, but not making too much that you're not eligible for the lower rent. It's effectively a lower rent than would normally be charged for the same unit.
Right. The other question I have is more about Community Medical Center. So they started a residency program this year, and if my numbers are correct, there's 27 residents now, 54 next year, 117 the year after, and 140 the year after that. This residency program is going to be the second largest in the state of New Jersey. There is a representative of the hospital here. Is there a way they can speak on this, if it's possible? I hate to put anybody on the spot.
Yeah, if they wish to. Sure, come on out, ma'am. That's okay.
And again, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I just want to see if there is a need for. Yeah.
How do I address you?
Just everyday folks.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I was going to say a little something. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though this is for later. Okay. So, hi. My name's Dr. Mika Neblett. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Community Medical Center. I've been in your lovely Ocean County now. I'm going to stand over here because that's a box. I'm not supposed to stand over there. Sorry. For almost 2 years now. So this has been a lot of fun and very interesting. To give you a little reference to what a residency program is, I am not even close to from the area. I am from Boston. I went down to Atlanta for college, medical school in DC. And then when I was 26, I moved to Brooklyn to do residency, and I spent 4 years in Brooklyn. Residency is a really intense time. You spend first in the morning from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and then hours after that in the hospital. On your days off, you want to relax. You don't want to do anything. You want the same mini-mart that you know. You want the same area that you know. You start to become friends with the neighbors. It's a really intense experience. You're working really hard and you're playing really hard. At the end of my residency, I stayed and lived in Brooklyn for a couple of years. And then I left for 1 year, and then I couldn't resist and went back to the exact same area in Brooklyn. The time that I spent during my residency was where I wanted to live. It was my marriage that took me out of Brooklyn, but that's another story, okay? So to get you to hear and why I said all that, we did start a residency program. I'm gonna correct some of the numbers if you don't mind, with all due respect.
Yep.
We did start a residency program on July 1st with emergency medicine, internal medicine, and podiatry residents. So you are correct, we do have 27 residents with us right now. Next year, there will be a general surgery program, and the year after that, we're starting another program called Transitional Year, which means there'll be 16 residents per year going through every year. So by the time we're done, will be 117 residents who will be here in Toms River and Ocean County, living and breathing amongst you in this community. They will love the beach. They will love the environment. They will get to know you. They will get to know the Acme. They will get to know the Circle K, everything else in this area. And that's really exciting. I first heard about this meeting, which I knew nothing about, when I found out that one of our residents who don't make a lot of money, because I'm sorry, you don't pay a lot when you're a resident, you didn't get a lot, they couldn't find housing near Community Medical Center, and they were walking about 1.5 miles, 2 miles to get to their job. And that made me very sad. And I didn't think that this is a young doctor who's learning how to be a part of the community and how to be a thriving doctor, and they had to walk to work every day. There's not a lot of buses in the area, as you're well aware. And so the reason how I found out about this redevelopment and this project was I mentioned this to Jen Schufran from our foundation and said, this is bothering me, this is sad, how can we help? And she said, by the way, there happens to be a redevelopment project. Why don't you learn more about it? But this kind of project, I can't comment on how it would affect you in the community who've lived here all of your lives. But for us at the hospital, it would be amazing for the residents to have an environment where they can live and thrive and easily commute back and forth to the hospital, as well as for our first responders, our brand new nurses, our brand new doctors who are not, don't make all the money and can't do everything, that this environment would be perfect. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes. I have another question. How
Yes, sir.
long is the residency program?
Excellent question. Emergency medicine and internal medicine and podiatry are 3 years long, and then it just keeps going. General surgery is a 5-year program, and internal medicine transitional care is 1 year, but there's every single year it's new 16 residents. So the general surgery residents would be here in this community for 5 years before they decide what to do. Residency is really the time where you usually meet your spouse, have babies, and end up living where you trained.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Does anybody else have a question?
Does any other member of the council come in? Were you done?
I'm not
with
done.
that? You're done?
Were you
I'm not
gonna-
done.
Oh, you're not?
I'm sorry. What's that?
Just in relation to the hospital, the jitney?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I know that I had spoke to the developer, and it was very important for me. I know a big concern for the residents is like, who is going to occupy this? I mean, we've had some bad instances, especially the motel that was torn down. It is a major concern to make sure that we have, the best possible citizens living there. And I know that, partnering with the hospital, it's not quite a partnership, but the developers agreed to give preferential treatment to the residents, and then the jitney, they're required by the development agreement to transport residents from the building to the bus terminal. They've also agreed to extend that to the hospital so they can transport the employees back and forth if that is desired. The other thing I wanted to bring up, I just want to address one of Councilman Roderick's comments about coming back to ask for more units. The way the development process works, and Mr. Roberts, you'd be able to say it better than me, but if they get approved for this step and they go to the planning board, after they go to the planning board, between the approval from the bank and the approval from the township, that pretty much locks in their plan for construction. Is that correct?
That's just like any other project. By the time it gets to the planning board, they have to get the same state approvals as any other development. They have to get the building permits like any other development. So, but I think the important thing is that when you go to a planning board with a conventional development, none of this process is part of that. You just submit your application, and the board, you go back and forth with the board, and sometimes there's give and take. In this case, the redevelopment agreement sets the maximum. So there can't be more than 285 units. There can't be more than 16,000 square feet of retail. If there's differences in those numbers which are plugged into the agreement, and by the way, the concept plan that we went over tonight is also associated with that agreement. So what goes to the planning board has to be substantially consistent with that concept plan, even though fully engineered plans are refined from a concept, but generally the numbers are locked in. It's almost like a general development plan concept where you get the concepts locked in, and then it takes years to build it out. So that, I guess, I don't know if that was a good answer for your question, but that's generally the difference between this process and a general, a conventional development is they can't change the numbers, they can't modify this agreement, just like any other contract, unless they come back and the township council, governing body, agrees to it.
Or it's basically starting over. It
Yes.
would be starting over, right?
Just to clarify, you could be building, correct, and have the commercial, component changed, correct? In other words, if they're building this building, it's already up, they're doing the inside, and the commercial market falls apart, they could come back here and ask to do more apartments, correct?
If that would significantly modify the agreement, they'd have to come back and they would have to convince you to consent to that.
And they would need a majority of the council to vote in favor of that?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And the last thing is, any redevelopment plan, they design it to, it's not quite a question, I'm sorry, but any redevelopment plan is set to boost the downtown, it's set to boost the township, and in no way do we want to put any burden on the school system whatsoever. I think I would speak to for everybody up here, that I think we would all agree to be able to contribute from the township to the schools for any child that would be put into the school system. I think would be very beneficial to our school system, because none of us want to burden the school system in any way. And that's all I have.
Okay. Does any other member of the
Yeah.
council?
Yes, Council President, just to Mr. Robertson, we could just clarify, the affordable units would be only 15%, which would be at 43, correct?
That's correct.
And out of those, 21 would be veterans' preference?
Right, up to a maximum, the state allows up to a 50% of your total affordable inventory to be dedicated for veterans' preference. So you can't do any more than 21, because that would be more than 50%. So even though it's 21, I think if I remember correctly, 21 3 bedrooms, 22 2 bedrooms amongst those 43 units, if I recited my numbers correctly, the 50% is really 21 out of the 43. So those would be the most. You couldn't do more than that, but you can set aside those and give preference to veterans. And I tried to explain the veterans would still have to submit applications. They would still be part of the lottery process, but if they would only be competing for those 21 units against each other, and then the rest of the units. So if you don't get that many veterans submitting applications, then those units become available to someone else.
Of course.
But if you get a good response from veterans, then they would be able to use that veterans preference for 21 of the 43 units.
Great. And then also, where the project is located, the schools that would be, if the child was in the project, it would go to, I believe it would be Walnut Street, Intermediate
Yeah, it's
South.
Intermediate
and High
South
School
and
So
Tom
it's only
River
be
South High School. Right.
The schools that are located around here. And Councilman Lutano, you had spoken about possibly helping Tom's River schools if there were some children in the building. I would be amiable to that, absolutely. I think anything we can do to help our school system. Plus, I know with those schools, they do have some on the lower end enrollment, so this could definitely help them in that respect. Thank you.
And, Councilwoman Hurek, any questions, comments?
Just to clarify that the money that we could direct from the schools with the pilot program, the money goes into a general discretionary fund, like a general fund?
Well, just maybe Joe can explain how pilots work a little bit better. Joe, if you wouldn't mind, but he'll give a much better answer than I would.
Sure.
Joe Bauman, I'm special counsel to the township, so I was the lead attorney negotiating this package of agreements that the council is considering. Before I jump to that, 2 points. The redevelopment agreement has about 25-page concept plan in excruciating detail, including hardwood floors and things like that. So in terms of, it's not just a picture on a piece of paper. It's very, very detailed, down to the square footage of the individual units, where they're going. So, and to change that, they have to come back to here. So it's not a simple thing to do. 2, the affordable housing, it's not a matter of whether we build them or not. In Tom's River, we have an obligation legally to do it. It's just where, right? So these affordable units have to be built per our agreement with Fair Share Housing and our settlement agreement. And this is one of the places that they can be built. But if they weren't built here, they will have to be built somewhere else. To your point about the pilot, under the local redevelopment housing law, for a housing project, you can share some of your pilot with the Board of Education, It would go to their general fund, so it wouldn't come with strings attached, if that's your question. And you could agree to do that at any time in the future.
And the money doesn't come to us with strings attached either, right? Like
It doesn't
in
come to
terms
you with
of-
strings, no,
we
that
are-
comes in just like taxes.
So the council can make a commitment to the school system that we will designate a percentage, a per-child fee or
Absolutely,
something to
yes,
that extent.
yes.
So, because I think every single person on this council feels very strongly about not burdening the schools because they've already been burdened by the state law.
Correct.
And actually, something that you just brought up, that we do have obligations to the state to build a certain amount of affordable housing. And if we don't build it here in an area that's already developed, or actually an area that was designated in need of redevelopment since 2012, it would have to be built elsewhere, and by elsewhere in town, we all know what that means. We've been, fighting about trying to hold on to our open space and our woods, and and it's been a real struggle. And this is an opportunity to take up a smaller footprint because they are taller. It's going to take up a smaller footprint. The DEP wanted that because they wanted greenery in there, and there's 100 feet between that's all, green and spacious and an area to enjoy, and it's actually having the effect of helping us preserve more of our open space.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear again, the affordable housing is an obligation
Right.
of yours, no matter where it happens, and frankly, the school children generation is primarily coming from the affordable housing units as well. So the impact on the schools is more towards the affordable than the market rate at the end of the day. But it's an obligation that you've bound yourself contractually, constitutionally, and otherwise. So to again, I think that becomes a little bit of a red herring if that's what's driving the decision making, because it has to happen one way or the other.
Mr. Baumann, with the pilot, Mr. Baumann?
I'm sorry.
No problem. So, obviously, it's something we as the council are familiar with because we've been discussing it, but maybe you can explain to the residents and the public who are here what our tax obligations are with a pilot, and what amounts go to the schools without a pilot. In other words, if this project was built without a pilot, how much monies would be going to the schools?
Is it better if I turn my attention
Sure.
to the public?
Yes,
Yeah.
to the public.
So the pilot is a payment in lieu of taxes. Statutorily, it's called an annual service charge. Those terms are interchangeable. The purpose of the pilot and the analysis that goes into whether or not a municipality grants a pilot is driven by analysis of whether the project requires it in order to be built. So the developer made some proposals on the financials, and there was a robust application that details their pro formas for 30 years. Independently, the township hired, and we retained through us, a consultant who has great expertise in this area, who then vetted their numbers. And there was a back and forth negotiation over many, many months that settled on what's the appropriate level of the pilot. And the appropriate level we settled in is 7% of the annual gross revenues of this project. So for every dollar that is paid, that they collect, we get 7% of it. So as you can imagine, if rents go up, we get more money. That number is currently estimated at stabilization, so in year one, at approximately $300,000. It'll go up as rents go up over time, so that's just year one. That's the number we use in our examples. We get, that represents 7% of their annual gross revenues. That $300,000, we keep 95%, meaning Tom's River, which you can then share some of that with the Board of Education, and 5% goes to the county. And that's a pilot. It's a tool that's used throughout New Jersey to take projects like this that, but for the pilot, would never get built. So the pilot is integral to this entire process. That's, by the way, is also an ordinance that gets introduced today, and then we'll be back in a couple weeks with a public hearing to talk about that. The project doesn't get done without that financial agreement as well. So to the point earlier, well, there'll be more than one meeting to discuss this. There'll be at least two, and that'll be the second discussion. But again, it's a tool that will allow this project to succeed because of some of the extraordinary costs associated with it. Part of it being the affordable housing, part of it being the deck, part of it being the DEP requirements for the view corridor. The redevelopment agreement has a robust design standards that we wouldn't have normally in land use law. Part of the price is driven by that. Part of the price is, driven by the commodity prices these days. So it's all that went into the analysis, and which allowed us to settle on the recommendation from the professional team that this is a number that would allow the project to get built without creating a windfall for the developer. That's the sweet spot we try to get to as a professional team. We want to make sure that we make the project financially feasible, because it doesn't help anybody if it doesn't ever get built. But we also want to, try and protect as best we can that we don't we don't give the developer too much.
I have one last question for Mr. Roberts, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
And I'm sorry, Councilor Roderick, just if I might piggyback on, just to add
Can I
something
just
what
jump
Joe
in with
just
the
said.
question real quick, because that
Yeah,
way you could
sure.
address it all at the same time. Of the current pilots that are in place across the township, how many of them do we take money from and give to the school system?
Well, those are completely different pilots. Those are the only pilots that we
Could I
currently
make,
have.
how many? How many do we do that for right now?
I don't think that right now those pilots are based on
You think
New
I would
Jersey.
be accurate if I said none?
I don't know what happens to the pilots after it's collected. So
Would it be
you're
accurate to
kind
say
of
no-
you're kind of putting me on the spot, but I'm trying to make sure the public understands we're talking about
No,
two
I
different
do-
pilots.
I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah.
I want to make
Let
sure
him
the
finish.
public understands as well that currently, it's none. We don't give any pilot money to the school district
It's a
at all.
completely different formula and a
Just
completely
past,
different.
past practice,
I have a
sometimes
question for you,
indicates
Mr. Roberts.
future results.
Council,
So I have a question for you,
hang
Mr.
on
Roberts.
one second.
Why is it different?
Well, because it's dictated by the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency under a different formula that's based on, usually, if my recollection is somewhere around 6% of the rent roll, but they are allowed to deduct their expenses. So it depends on which project. We probably have about a half a dozen. These are 100% affordable projects scattered around the township that were required to get the pilot in order to get the HMFA financing for 100% affordable. And that basically means that for that particular building or buildings, you don't have to build 5 times as many units to get the same number of affordables. So the township had created a couple of those over the years. They go back, some of them go back a couple of decades.
Yeah.
But now we've added some new ones that have come online, so that's basically the difference. It's a formula by HMFA that's different from the formula that we're talking about this evening.
Can I just ask a question
Councilwoman
about that?
Maruka.
Just-
Oh, it's a councilwoman here.
Has the township approved any other pilots since S2 went into effect within the last, I think, 2 years? The school funding formula that decimated our funding, maybe it's 3 years now.
This would be I believe this may be the first redevelopment pilot that we've ever done, that I'm aware of. So all the other ones were done under a completely different process, using a different formula. And usually those pilot payments are much lower than a redevelopment project would be. The other thing I wanted to point out.
Our school funding wasn't an issue.
our-
when
then our-
those-
yeah,
Yeah, our school funding wasn't an issue when those went into effect.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think.
It is an issue now. and
Right.
We're
I think-
listening.
I think the last one I recall was probably, goes back several years, that the council would have approved. So those projects are already built and occupied.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Baumann did an excellent job, as always, with regard to the explanation of the pilot, and I didn't ask the appropriate question. So what I wanted someone to explain is, if this is a non-pilot program, can you explain to the public the breakdown as to what goes to the schools, what goes percentage-wise, so that the public's got to make a decision on this and understand this.
Right.
How much of, if it wasn't a pilot, goes to schools, how much goes to municipalities, how much goes to the county? What's the percentage?
You want to take that one, Joe, or you want me to?
Well,
I
it would be
answer, but I think he'll answer me better. Before, I also wanted to, I'll ask Joe to, when he answers that question, to also explain the scale up to full taxes at the end.
If your question, I'm not sure the percentage of every dollar in the Toms River that goes roughly. In other places, it's 40% to the Board of Ed, 20% to the municipality. Some of the
49.
taxes,
49% to the school.
school, okay, so it's higher there than typical. So if otherwise taxes, that would be the exact percentage of the dollars. If your question is, what would be the rateable without the pilot, the answer would be zero, because the project wouldn't get built. So the challenge always is it's a false choice, right? Someone would say, well, if they didn't get the pilot, what would our taxes be? They'd be higher. certainly a lot higher than the pilot, because the purpose of the pilot is to have them pay less than full taxes. But it's a false choice, because we would never have that project in front of you, because they couldn't build it. But to your point, typically, I guess you would get 49, the Board of Ed gets 49%.
I just want the public to understand why there's a discussion going on with regard to schools, because normally the schools here would be getting 49%.
Right.
But with a pilot, the schools don't get that 49%, so the township is now discussing trying to provide some form of money to address this too.
So 49% might be an appropriate percentage of the annual service charge to give the Board of Ed if you were trying to make a decision purely on the existing allocation of otherwise applicable taxes.
I have another question, but I
Okay.
want to let the others
Okay,
go before I do that.
Councilwoman
Oh,
Maruka,
yeah,
did
he
you have?
didn't- He was going to go into.
Actually, Dave, you had asked Joe to go into what it would be when it gets to full tax, when it starts out with the pilot. Joe didn't really go into that at all.
Good point. Okay, so the law is also designed to have the annual service charge get to full taxes over the term of the 30 years. So the 7% every year is compared to a second number, which is a percentage of what the otherwise applicable taxes would be. That starts at 0 and ends up at the latest years at 80%. So by the last, I think it's 5 years in this deal, I have to double check, but we're now collecting 80%. So there's a crossover period. It's generally around between the 18th and 20th year, where you're actually going to be collecting more under the second formula than you are under the 7%. And it's designed so that this project, over time, will become accustomed paying full taxes when it comes out the other end. And you're getting, along the way, that 95%. So actually, the back-end years to the municipality and the Board of Ed, if we share the money, would be very significant, because the county never gets more than their 5%.
Just one more question about the pilot, too, because I've been reading a bunch about it. And is it true that the improvements and the land are treated separately, so the pilot is on the improvements?
So in this instance, you could do it one of two ways. You can exempt, in a housing project, you can exempt both the land and the improvements, or you can have the land continue to get paid taxes based upon the existing taxing districts, but then they get a credit back, so the developer doesn't pay any more. In order to maximize the number of dollars coming to the municipality that you can then share with the Board of Ed, we have exempted both, so that you get 95% of every dollar coming off the site, as opposed to 49% of what would have been the land taxes, and 95% of a smaller number. So we've exempted the land with the goal of having the municipality get the maximum, and the county, frankly, getting the least amount that they would otherwise get, and then gives you the most dollars to share with the Board of Ed if you so choose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Maruka, you're done? Councilwoman Burek? Councilman Kopp, any questions?
Council President,
Okay.
one more.
Mr.
There was a reference, again, focusing on the residents of the bid. I'm very familiar with the bid and the fact that they do have a subcommittee that represents the residents. And I don't know if the representatives of the subcommittee are present here tonight. If they are present, I'd certainly like to hear from them on whether or not they were consulted with regard to this project, and whether or not they had a fair opportunity to be heard. Are the representatives of the subcommittee for the residents present here tonight? Mr. Anderson? Mr. Mullen? If you are, could you please come up just so I can ask if there's been communication? Mr. Anderson, I appreciate you coming up, and my question is simple. I know you're active in the bid and you're active at our council meetings.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to meet with the representatives of Cap-Dagley to speak to the residents' concerns, or present or have a presentation to the local residents on this project?
We were supposed to have a meeting 2 weeks ago, and that meeting was canceled. I'm not really sure why, but there was a lot of questions we had, and we're still not answered. And we would like some questions being answered, if that's all right.
That's all I have.
Can I have a question for Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions on this project now that we have all the experts here?
My whole neighborhood's here. We have
Great.
multiple questions.
That's right, that's good, because we want to hear from the residents.
You know, okay.
You can start.
Want to hear?
You good to go?
Can we open up to public comment?
Yeah, what I'd like to do, as long as we have a motion, we'll open up public comment. We'd like to hold public comment to, what normal public comment would be. We can start the clock, just so nobody capitalizes on all the time. If you would, Mr. Tremolin, come on up, just state your name and address for the record, please. And keep in mind that this will be the public comment then for, this item. So there won't be another chance.
My name is Bob Tormolin, 109 Messenger Street in Toms River. We, like Artie said, we were supposed to have a meeting and it was canceled. We don't know why. We wanted to get our input. I have a lot of questions about certain areas. For number one, I'll start with, again, going with this roundabout circle, whatever you want to call it. If I want to walk, I have a question for whoever designed it. If I want to go for a walk, which I do every day, how do I get across this?
Well, both the township engineer and I are getting up.
Yeah, either or.
Just to explain.
This is very preliminary because there's going to be islands and sidewalks around. So
How do I get across the streets?
At each entrance to the roundabout, there will be a crosswalk and a depressed curb, ADA accessible in accordance with federal guidelines, and connecting to a sidewalk around each leg, connecting to the sidewalks on the adjoining
You're not
streets.
answering my question.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
My question is, how do I get across?
I'm trying
Do
to
I have to run? I have no lights. I have no stop signs. I have no yield signs. Do I have to run to get across the street? Because the way the circle is, and I thought the state of New Jersey, every place that I've gone and seen, they rip out circles, they don't put them in. This seems like we're doing things tail end backwards. I've never seen, I don't understand, maybe I'm being blind here, but yes, I have a little indentation I can walk on. How do I get across the street without getting run over?
Let's start with explaining the difference between a roundabout and a...
Answer my question,
No, I'm
please,
trying
first.
to, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's start with the difference between a circle and a roundabout. A roundabout, everybody approaching has to yield to the circle. So everybody has to either stop or yield when they approach the roundabout. At that time, as we all know from pedestrian law, the vehicle has to yield to a person in the crosswalk. So as a vehicle approaches the roundabout, they have to stop and yield. If a person crosses the crosswalk, that's when they have the ability to cross.
So I'm over here, and I'm by the ramp for the exit for the parkway. And do you think those people are gonna stop and let me across?
Unless they want to break the, unless they
So
want to,
that's not gonna back up traffic
unless they want to break.
It's, unless they wanna break the law, is not an answer to the question.
That's a boat.
The question is, how do I get across without interfering with traffic, without getting run over, without causing a backup on the parkway? And you have the circle that does everything moving here in all these parts, I'm sorry, a roundabout that's round, so I call it a circle. But you have 4 lanes going into the same situation that we have right now. Main Street, 2 lanes, Water Street, 2 lanes, Washington Street, 2 lanes, Route 166, 2 lanes, Lakehurst Road, 2 lanes. You can move traffic around this circle all you want, but it's gonna stop, 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 and stop. And this is not a remedy to the situation. This makes it worse. This is like another second round of Route 37 and 166. It's the same thing all over again. You're taking that situation where you had to cross 1 lane to make a left, you got to cross 2 now. This situation here is, we have a lot of people that walk. And I'm sorry, a major entrance to the parkway, people are gonna stop. Major ramp from the parkway, people are gonna stop. No, you can say the law, you can say the rules, but let's face reality. It is not going to happen. Okay, plain and simple, and that's, I'll just let it go with that.
I'd like to try to answer that if I can.
Sure.
I walked this site with the county engineer as part of our federal road safety audit about 2 years ago. This is one of the most dangerous intersections we have in town. This proposed design has been modeled using Synchro model prepared by a private engineering consultant reviewed by the county, the state, and the federal government. This is the recommended solution to promote the best traffic flow and the safest pedestrian and vehicular access in accordance with with ADA regulations. You may disagree with it, but
I don't see how this is safe. There's no means of making somebody stop.
That would be a stop sign or a yield sign.
If you go down, I'm going to take the beach. You go along the beach. The law says, I'm taking your situation. The law says you stop and let pedestrians cross.
Council President,
Yeah, go ahead.
this is going to continue my concern, and I will make the motion at the appropriate time, but it's not right that we're giving our residents 5 minutes to ask their
Well-
questions right now, and
That's why I told Mr. Kamala to continue.
we need to have them be able to ask and answer their questions and then digest this and then come back.
I'll speed this up.
There's no rush. We don't want you to.
Okay. A couple of things on this plan, not to do the circle. A couple of things with the plan is, I keep hearing us getting compared to Red Bank, Asbury Park, places like that. We are not Red Bank. We are not Asbury Park. They have big sections of businesses. We do not. All right, I walked downtown the other day, and I checked all the stores, and just out of curiosity, we had a number of, we had 6 law offices, 6 health businesses, 5 mortgage and development companies, and a couple of banks. Then we have a couple of restaurants and services, only 10 of them, and 9 empty stores. Why would we build a project of this scope if we have nothing to draw these people to? I mean, you're like putting the cart before the horse. We'll build the buildings and they will come. We have to have something to make those people want to live in those buildings. We don't have it. And we can't be Asbury Park and we can't be Red Bank. We can be Tom's River. And that's where a lot of us, especially the ones over where we live downtown, most of you people don't live downtown. You don't have any idea what goes on downtown except when you come to work. You've lost the feeling of what the downtown village section of Tom's River is. All right? And my last point is this. I think when all the voting and everything goes on for this, there's some considerations that should be made. And I'll compare it to the school board. In the school board, if somebody has a relative or some interest in the school board, they can't vote. I feel that in this situation here, if somebody has an interest in the business, they have a business downtown here, they shouldn't vote. They should not have a vote. And I'm going to pick on people. Ms. Lutano, I know you have a business downtown. You shouldn't vote. Mr. Chikosi, planning board, you have a business downtown. You shouldn't vote. You have a vested interest. If this project goes through, you guys can make a lot of money. Us, we that live here, we got no vested interest other than to have Tom's River be Tom's River and not a city. That's not what we all bought into. And I think a lot of the people here, you've forgotten that you came here to Tom's River because you liked it. You liked it the way it was, you liked it the way it is now, but you don't want to see high-rise buildings, 10 stories, every time you come downtown and look out your window. And I think it's time that the board, the planning board, council, anybody, listen to what we have to say that live here instead of what a businessman or a politician has to say. This is our town. Let's keep it that way.
Mr. Tremolin, I have a question for you. Mr. Tremolin? Mr. Tremolin, I have a question for you. According to the spokesperson from Community Medical Center, there is a need for the housing, and the plan with the redevelopment plan would be that the housing, bringing the people here, would drive the business. I think you're looking at it the other way.
You're looking at it the wrong way. I think you have to. I don't know any place where people have gone to because there's nothing here. I think I'll go there. I don't agree with that. I understand what you're saying. I think the problem is, instead of going for something that's acceptable to both you, the builder who's going to make the money, and the people of town, there has to be some place in the middle. I agree, you're right, there has to be a place to be built. 10 stories high, downtown, in a floodplain probably, with a circle that, or I'm sorry, roundabout that is a disaster, is not the right way to go about it. I think this thing should be, you should maybe sit down, think about this more, and I don't understand why only one company has put in a bid. If this plan is so great, why has only one company put in a bid? Something's wrong here someplace. So, but I agree with you. We do need something, but I think the scope of what is being projected here, way off base. It's not Tom's River. It's, who knows?
I am a resident of downtown. I live 3/4 of a mile away from the proposed site. I bought my first house on Dayton Avenue. I've moved to Dickinson. I've lived downtown Toms River since 2004. So I look at this, yes, as a business owner, but also as a resident. I spend my whole day downtown.
Right.
So I just want to make that clear.
Yes, I know that, and I just said, like, in the beginning, I'm sorry to have to pick on you, but
It's okay.
I'm just using that as an example. And like I said, we downtown, we realize that people have the right to build on their property and make money on their property. But on the other hand, why should they infringe what we have on us just to make money, just to have something big, just to have something grandiose? There's a halfway point, and I think this should be talked about someplace down the road soon before this goes through. I think there hasn't been any communication, and I'm going to blame it on COVID. I'll just throw it on that. The meetings here have been virtual. A lot of times it didn't come through correctly on TVs. People couldn't get it. People couldn't come here. I think we're rushing into this. Yes, like I said, people can build, but I think we have to have more communication, and I think that's the lacking part. There is no communication. But again, that's just my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamolin. Okay. Who-
I would just like to clarify for the public, though, that this is not the developer's property. This is currently township property, correct? Yes. Okay, just so the public
Okay.
knows.
Does any other member of the public wish to have any questions on this? Yes, sir. In the back. Oh, I didn't realize you had your hand up. I'm sorry.
I just mosey around sometimes. Paul Williams, I live downtown. I appreciate that Councilman Turnback seems to has his finger on the pulse of the people that live in this area, and the need for this developer to have a communication with the residents that live here. Personally, I live downtown, and I'm interested in hearing more information. But my gut is, and I think it's the same feeling that a lot of the people here share, is that there's just something about a 10-story building that just kind of shocks our conscience and makes us feel uncomfortable. And we need to have a dialogue. We need to have a conversation with these developers, and so that when we make our comments to you, we can be better informed and not operating under perhaps hysteria or misinformation, but so that we're coming here and we're giving you our voice and we're telling you what we think, what we want, based on an informed opinion. Because you're not going to get that from us tonight, because there's a lot of information that we just don't have right now. We're operating on what we already know, and we have a lot of questions for the developer, and I would hope that Councilman Turnback makes the motion, that it is seconded and that it is passed for this matter to be tabled, and that the developer takes the cue to have the meeting that perhaps they missed a couple weeks ago. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, the gentleman, yes, sir. You in the back in the light blue shirt? If you would just state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Scott Thompson, 112 Messenger Street. Thank you for your time. I'm actually going to echo Mr. Williams' thoughts that tonight I respectfully ask that you the council, table this resolution in regard to the downtown redevelopment. I'd like to make clear I am personally not asking for a no vote, a yes vote. I just think that the downtown residents need to know more. Tonight was a great first step. The PowerPoint, the information from Mr. Bowden, was it? I'm sorry. And Mr. Roberts, everything was good for that, but this is the first we heard about it. We had 26 hours that the agenda came out that we were learning about this. I just really feel like it needs to be tabled. We need to meet. The residents, myself, need to be educated. We live here. We want these businesses to thrive. I know they need it. There's nothing that we know of in it for the residents and what it's going to do for us. And we've been here. And like I said, if we could just think about this and table it and meet and discuss to help us out. We support you guys. We really do. I know sometimes we come to the meetings or when they were on Zoom, we ask questions and we're tough and everything, but continue. There's numerous people on here that we support. All I'm doing as a resident is I will continue to support you. Just please support me and please support us, residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson.
Council President, why don't we just make this motion now? I'll make the motion to table the resolution.
Okay. Yeah, look, we have point of
So there's a
order.
motion on the floor.
Point of order, we have to close public comment.
Let's hear from the resident.
Yeah. The gentleman in the back with the black shirt, please. We'll just go through a couple more and close.
Hello, my name is Anthony Sergio. I live at 468 Madison Avenue. I'm not here to talk against the development or for the development. I just have some points I'd like to make. Because personally, like the Councilman Turnback said, this is the first I'm really hearing of this in detail. I've never been contacted via letter or anything like that. We heard from the woman from the Community Medical Center about the need for the resident housing. I know, like a lot of colleges, certain developments will block out a section of apartments so college students and things like that would be able to rent. So would the developer in the township entertain the apartments, so many being allotted for these medical students? So that's one point I'd like to bring up, that I think it would serve the hospital and it would serve the community. Would the developer be in? Okay. Or that's a question I'd like somebody to ask. And the same thing with the veterans. I heard Councilwoman Maruka talk about the veterans a few times, but it seems like it's just developers' option. It doesn't seem like there's anything that would be in the agreement that would hold them to this preference. As a veteran myself, I would think very strongly that in the agreement, there was something that called out for that instead of just the developer, being an option for it.
Council President, I believe that would be, we were going to put that in the agreement, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be, 50% would be for veterans.
Okay. Something else, I came in a little late. I didn't hear the whole presentation. But has the developer called out washers and dryers in each unit? Or are we planning on having laundromats and things like that? Because to me, that would be, more inclusive of I don't want to say it the wrong way, but just a nicer tenant, so to speak.
I believe each unit, it specifies even, trim and whatnot. Councilman Latano, a couple other councilpeople took rides up to different places that they've done before. They were quite impressed.
All the buildings
we
that
watched
they've
it
done
via
before
Zoom.
have the washer and dryer in the unit. All the buildings that we saw, at least the ones that I saw up in Hackensack, had washers and dryers in the unit.
So each unit is presently called out for a washer and dryer?
No, we'll let him go through and
Just-
we'll.
yeah.
Why not?
The other thing that I thought was a bit odd, and I could be totally wrong, is I heard the numbers 25 to 50 children that you anticipate moving into the complex. Now, 285 apartments, again, I'm not for or against this, I just don't know anything about it, but that doesn't seem like a realistic number to me, that 1 in 6 apartments are going to have one child. You know, again, I heard almost every member of our council talk about the concern for our school budget and things like that, but I would think that that number needs to be examined a little more, and how we came upon figuring 25 the low and 50 the high, because that just doesn't make sense to me, especially with the great majority of these being 2 and 3 bedrooms.
No, sir.
Yeah, it's a small amount that are 2 and 3 bedrooms.
Yeah,
Very
there's
small amount.
44 studio units, 141 one-bedroom units, 56 two-bedroom units, 1 3-bedroom, that's, what's the expression for that? That's market rate. And then the affordable units are 2-bedroom, 22 units, and 3-bedroom, 21 units. So the majority of them are one-bedroom units.
Okay. I didn't know, I just was asking.
No
the
problem.
question.
No, that's why we're here. We're
Thank
going
you.
to try to answer as many questions as we can.
And the other thing, the last gentleman was here, he brought up, I think he brought up this point, you know, I don't know how there's only one redeveloper here. I don't know about how the process, how we got to this point, but I know maybe myself and several other people that would love to have an opportunity to build 285 apartments anywhere in Toms River, you know, because it makes good business sense as a developer. So I wonder how we came up with the fact that we're going to give this developer this land and let him pay approximately $400,000 a year without actually going out to bid or quotation or however you want to call it, and saying, hey, we're going to, is any developer interested in buying this land
We
for
did.
$5 million?
That process,
Yeah.
We've vetted that process. That
Okay,
process has
like I
gone
said,
on
I
through the
didn't know.
years.
It
Yes,
just-
it has.
Okay.
Can one of our professionals explain the process that we went through to get the?
Sure.
Because we put a request for proposals out. Several years ago, actually.
I'm going to attempt to hit a bunch of the questions I've heard, if it's okay. So to the gentleman that said they don't know why people would come and live in Toms River if the stores are empty, you need to have the people come to have the stores not be on empty. It really is, the wallets have to arrive before the stores do. People won't open their stores. They will do economic impact. They will determine that there's not enough people to spend money. They won't open the retail. The people have to come first in order to have those stores stop opening. And this is really, in so many ways, an economic development project for Toms River. That's what this is really all about. We went through a really robust effort to try and solicit proposals for someone to develop this piece of property. It's not near a train station. At the time, that was critical important, maybe less so in the pandemic. It was an area where you know, it had some challenges associated with it, dealing with the DEP, for example, that required us to split the building into 2 and make it taller. You know, huge challenges. So it wasn't particularly surprising to me, who've done it for 30 years, that we didn't get a lot of people. We were thrilled to have the Capadagli group, and they're a group that we're familiar with. We've worked with them on the other side in many, many towns. What we like about them is they build, right? They weren't just going to come and show us a picture, although they did show us 500 units, and we ended up agreeing on 285, so we did split the baby, or come to the middle, as you described. It wasn't what they didn't get what they wanted. And we went through that sort of this robust, almost a year, I think we designated them in 2019. So we've been negotiating for a couple of years to get the best deal for Toms River. In terms of the issue on the height, we've been asked to go back and do the numbers. Can they build a smaller building? The economics fail. We'd have to have them pay no taxes because the built-in costs with the parking structure and the project overwhelm the cost so that you can't make a smaller building work. We tried that. We tried to just chop off one floor and redo the numbers, and they just didn't pencil out. So the height is driven by the economics at the end of the day. In terms of the quality, we spent a lot of time trying to make sure the quality is proper. And so just by way of example, yes, washers and dryers are recorded, but we've called out the kind of shower doors. We've called out the cabinetry, that's the 30-inch width of the range. There's like 12 pages of design standards, not to mention the actual concept plan. So it's a robust document which is designed, as you described, to make sure that it's a quality project that Toms River will be proud of, not a project that's that will be disappointed in. And I think, granted, it's large, but if you look at it, it's pretty iconic. It's a pretty spectacular-looking building, I think, by almost anyone's view, particularly when compared to the first thing we saw, right, 2 years ago. So I certainly appreciate that a lot of the details are coming out now, and we're going to do our best to answer the questions and continue to do so. But where we began, the vacant parcel, to where we are today, is dramatically different. It definitely was an effort to meet it to the middle. The goal was to keep it as small as possible. We did that. We had to comply with the DEP requirements, and we did that. And then the only last point I think is important to remember is the circle and the traffic pattern changes are pretty much unrelated to this project. That's driven by the needs of the area and the future needs, but this project is not dictating that traffic pattern. That was as a result, as the engineer described, state, county, all the experts getting together to determine how to make a really bad situation better. And so perhaps there are folks that think there could be a better solution still, but you certainly had an army of experts, who do only that, trying to figure out that traffic mess. And this is the result that they came up with. But that, we got to remember that and the project are pretty much separate. The project we can do or not do, the traffic changes are coming, right? They're coming.
Yes, thank you very much. Like I said, I have never heard of this in this detail until tonight, so like I said, I'm not against it. I'm just wanted more information.
Not a
I
problem.
think a lot of people feel that way, that, maybe we already have the opportunity and we just don't know, and instead of a 200-foot letter, maybe it might have been a good idea to send out a 1,000-foot letter or a 1,500-foot letter, that said, hey, we're building this project, come down to the township, or, send us your email, we'll send you the email of what we're seeing. And like myself, it seemed like all my issues were already addressed, and if I just had some of the information like Councilman Turnback had said, I would have felt a little better and wouldn't even have to get up and talk, which I'm not very comfortable with. So.
Not a problem, Mr. Sergio.
Can I just ask a quick question?
You do a good job of public
Thank
speaking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just had a
Councilwoman
question.
Herrick.
Because this hasn't gone before the planning board. It's not to that stage yet. So when letters go out, do we have the option to send out a wider radius of letters for notifying when the public hearings are?
Mr. Merlino saying yes, so.
Yes, Mr. Baumann
Okay.
said yes as well.
So that can be done. Those hearings haven't happened yet, so. Well, I guess we'll have to determine what that radius will be, but.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. If you would just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Susan Ottenreith, and
And your address, please?
14 Dover Street.
That's okay.
Right up,
Thank you.
right up the road. I have no plans. I did not know that I was going to be here tonight. I have no notes. I'm just feeling a little bit like I'm going to come out of my skin a little. Just wanted to say, I really wish the council would somehow put some information out to the residents of Toms River. Even though I'm a resident of downtown Toms River, I know for a fact that other people in the surrounding areas most likely are going to not want to support the 10-story building. I think that's the one thing that that's turning people off the very most. And the other thing is, I might have missed this in the beginning of the meeting. Is there going to be property along the river's edge that will be usable for all the residents, not just the people in the towers? Did I miss that?
Yes, there will be. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
because I thought it's such a beautiful place. I'm not opposed to that. I just want it to be accessible to more residents of Toms River. I think that would ease it a little bit. And probably the biggest objection is the 10-story. I know when they put the Ocean First Bank up on Hooper Avenue, that's like an eyesore. But I know it's progress, but we didn't move here. If we wanted to live in Asbury Park, we would have moved there. We would have lived in Bradley. We would have lived in in Belmar. But we didn't. We came to Toms River because it was a town. I've been here for 45 years, and my husband was born and raised here. So just keep that in consideration. I think it would help so much if we had more information out to the entire population.
Okay, thank you for your time, ma'am.
If I may, there's another provision we haven't talked about that's important, and we were able to put in a redevelopment that we can't do with land use, and there is a first source employment provision in our redevelopment agreement, And what we've obligated the redeveloper to do is to make good faith efforts to provide contracts and contractors and subcontractors that are township residents and to patronize township businesses. And then we go on to talk about how to make that effort happen. So they're required to go through a process to contract with local residents, to employ local residents, to use local businesses in the construction and operation of their facility. And if that is typically done very well when the municipality gets involved, so I'll encourage us to get involved, but there's an obligation to them to, and that I think is a direct benefit to the residents.
And
Thank you very
how
much,
many jobs do we think that might be for the construction?
It was on the slide. I forget what it was.
Yeah, over 300 jobs, I think.
Yes, Councilwoman, in the slide presentation, I believe the projections is 323 construction jobs and 73 permanent jobs generated by the project during the course of its construction and then after it's done. The other thing I would just address the question about the public open space. In this particular redevelopment agreement, it's actually written in what the redeveloper's obligations are to provide that park along the water's edge. You can see that's why I put that slide back up. There's a boardwalk proposed along the edge of the water, and then it's multi-level so that it can reach the water's edge and can also reach the amenities that are facing it. In addition to that, in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see what looks like a half moon. That is it's a small outdoor performance space. That was done as a requirement based on the fact that this property is in the cultural district that the township established a while back, and that requires every project that would be in that cultural district to provide some type of arts or either performing or visual arts amenity for the public. So that space, even though it will be owned by the developer, will also be maintained by the developer, but totally open to the public. It's in the agreement. It's a requirement.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah. How you doing, ma'am? If you would, state your name and address for the record.
I am Lisa Cifaretto, and
Good, speaking to the mic, please. Thank you.
my name is Lisa Cifaretto, and I do live in Brick, but I do run Toms River Artist Community in town, and I've also just purchased a business in town. This project to us is everything. One of the reasons we purchased my business in town is because we know the influx it's going to bring. We know the people it's going to bring. We see the difference in the town in just a year, through a COVID year, mind you, with the distillery and the brewery downtown. Just to give you a couple numbers, 2 years ago, before COVID hit, Toms River Artist Community had 30 members. Today we have 75. Today we show at Sweetwater's Cafe in the Ocean County Mall. We have art in the Mathis House. We have art in the distillery downtown. We're working with the brewery downtown to get art in there. We are working with the Seaport to try and help that museum come across. Developments like this bring positive change to a community, even though it's scary at the time. Everybody's complaining about a 10-story building. It's not an eyesore. It's something that's going to bring people in that are going to look for things to do downtown, and we're starting to get those things downtown. And the only way we're going to continue to get them and to continue to improve the downtown area so that it's not all lawyers and eye doctors, and is to have something like this where people have some disposable income. People need a release. People need to go out to restaurants. They want some culture in their life. And this is the perfect project to bring the start of this to Toms River. And I really think that without a project like this project, the downtown area is going to die, no matter how hard we work and how hard we try to bring in downtown nights out, bring in festivals, bring in fairs. We have to have local people that support local business. Small business, local business is what's going to carry us through. It's what's been carrying us through. And without it, I don't know what's going to happen to downtown. And I understand that residents are worried and they don't want to see a 10-story building and they don't want to see. However, we have to think about jobs, and we have to think about people's livelihoods, and we have to think about the good of our town. I'll give you a perfect example how much this town needs it. We just finished a mural project at 27 Iron Street. It's a 120-foot mural, an appreciation mural for all of our first responders, all of our essential workers. We're doing a dedication ceremony on September 10th. We had 285 people, mostly children, come out to help us paint that mural. Why? Because they want to be involved in this town. They want to feel something good about their town. Projects like this make people feel good. When you come down Water Street and you see an empty parking lot where a really bad hotel was there for a long time, now you come down Water Street and you see something like this, you're entering downtown and people are going, whoa, this town's got something. And that's what we need, in my opinion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll have to raise hands after this.
All right.
Go
Pardon
ahead.
me.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll wait, sir.
No. Go ahead. State your name and address for the record, please.
All right. Pardon me, I thought I was next.
All good.
David Sikosi, 847 Ocean View Drive, here in Toms River, 20-year plus resident, and a 30-year property owner downtown Toms River. And honestly, the property in downtown Toms River for 30 years has been zero. I charge my tenant a whopping $50 a day. I got to pay the mortgage, the property taxes, the bid vig, the water, the sewer, and the insurance. So needless to say, I've been losing money for 30 years. Finally, in the last 2 years, because of the work of some councilmen up here and the mayor, we got the street closed on Friday and Saturday. And that has saved the few businesses left in Toms River. We got the brewery to invest, the distillery, and my tenant has a wine license and a little patio out back that's connected to the brewery. So I still believe in Toms River. We're not there yet, but what the lady said before, it's dead down here. They can't survive paying the rent and making a living. It's impossible. So I have no skin in this game with this development. I'm a volunteer on the planning board for 11 years. I worked my way up, and yes, I am chairman, and I am proud of everything that I've done on the planning board. And mostly, or all of it, is commercial. Yes, I approved the, not me, but the other members, Ocean National Bank. That's going to be 250 jobs. Hopefully, most of them will come from Toms River. The Ocean County Mall, all the car dealerships on 37. Yes, I am pro-growth, and I am for this project here because I'm not thinking about tomorrow. I'm thinking 10, 20, 30, 50 years down the road. We approved the Water Street restaurant. People were against that. The old Observer building, people were against that. So nothing's perfect, but there's laws. I can't vote on anything if I have an interest in the project or if I'm within 200 feet or if I have business dealings with anybody. So my record is clean. Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions?
About the project?
We want to stick it,
No.
try to stay on topic. Any questions for the developer?
No.
Okay, thank you. Sir, you in the second row with the green shirt. You've been patient. Thank you.
I'm just going to be very brief. I'm Joe Erickson, 111 Messenger Street, Toms River. Hi, Maria.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Mo. Very quickly, I've heard a lot of good input tonight, but it's not enough. It's a good starting point. A lot of good points made tonight. I heard council say that He's been negotiating for the past 2 years for the best deal for Toms River. Now, I'm not an accountant. As a matter of fact, I was a C student in accounting. My specialty was history. But 7 cents on the dollar seems like a sweetheart deal for the developer. That's at least in my opinion. Talking about giving money to, helping the Toms River School District, great. I agree. But I also am understanding that we are going to reimburse the developer annually for snow removal and garbage collection. With the payments in lieu of taxes at $400,000, it seems like everything is going to eat away at that money, and the burden is going to fall on the rest of the taxpayers in this town.
Yes, sir.
So, I agree that with the previous speaker that the entire town should be notified of this, and as Councilman Turnback stated earlier in the meeting, I really do think this should be tabled. The vote should be tabled tonight. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for the developer? Yes, ma'am, you in the black dress. If you would just state your name and address and what questions you may have.
Yes, hi. Donna Sergio, 601 Main Street. I live downtown. I've been at meetings here and there over the years. And one of the things that I had noticed, it seemed to be missing from the redevelopment project right now, was open space. I understand that they have the walk along the river, and that looks wonderful. I mean, some of the input here has been really, it's been good to hear facts. However, over the years, there has been talk of water parks. It seems they're doing a small theater now. Originally, it was supposed to be a large amphitheater. We were told that possibly there would be skate parks, water parks. We're still missing a boat ramp, and we live on Toms River. I don't know why. The kayak launch, I understand we have, but it seems to me like we're getting this 10-story building and a little bit of a walkway in front of it that's going to be designated as green space. What happened to the green space and all the extra? There was talk about the boat works being redeveloped with the redevelopment project. And I was not under the impression that the boat works was going to be redeveloped into more residential. Is that what's being slated for it at this point? Are we going to get any additional open space?
A couple, Mr. Roberts, if you want to elaborate, you can explain it better, this different phases.
Yeah, it's a lot of questions in one, but I'll try. It's true. Actually, if you look at the models that we initially projected in the redevelopment plan, we were looking for a larger outdoor performance venue, and that was actually located off the site. So those amenities that were in the redevelopment plan were really meant for the entire redevelopment area, not specific to this project. We did try to, and the redevelopment plan does mention examples of those kinds of public open space amenities, including spray parks and amphitheaters. In this particular case, to really get back to what Joe Bauman explained, to pencil out the numbers, there were some, at one point, there was talk about an amphitheater, a larger amphitheater, which would have meant acquiring the property, building the amphitheater was probably a $3 million to actually create one of a large amphitheater outdoor space would be about $3 million is what was estimated. When the numbers didn't pencil out, the amphitheater in terms of the acquisition and construction of that was one of the casualties of that, to be perfectly honest. However, the idea of taking the waterfront and turning it into a park, especially incorporating where the Red Carpet Inn was and turning that into part of that park, was always something that was part of the kind of a minimum requirement of the township. So even though it looks like a small space, when you look at the scale of that image, it's actually a pretty large space. But you're right, you're absolutely right. The amphitheater was cut out of the project. It was on the table for a while, but it was not. It did not pencil out in terms of the numbers. It had to be sacrificed. Doesn't mean we can't build it. The redevelopment plan still shows it. One of the things that you have to keep in mind for this is the first project. That means that this is where the most risk is. Usually what happens is once the first project is under construction, not just shown on a rendering, but actually being built, that's when other property owners start to say this is actually going to happen. If the project doesn't get built, then everybody says same old story, never happened before, never happened in the future. It's each project that comes in after this, assuming that this gets approved, the township's bargaining power will get stronger and stronger, because now the market has been changed. This project's kind of set the market, if you will, and in the negotiation power allows us to ask for more and more each time, because the property values will go up. That means the value to the developers will go up. So that's the best way I can answer that project. Now, you asked about Boatworks too, Donna. I think that's in a different redevelopment area that's covered under a different redevelopment plan. Initially, the traditional downtown, which is kind of where we are right now, and tonight is in a rehabilitation area. The Boatworks buildings, 2019, because of its condition and its advanced deterioration, there was a concern on the part of council that we do something about it. So we did qualify both the Boatworks building and the parking lot as a redevelopment area. This same redeveloper did invest and put a contract in on that Boatworks building when it was put up for sale, but we were working through some issues with state agencies. That's why that project's most likely going to be a ways off in terms of construction. But we are. I think the intention is to still do something constructive with that property, but it's a different redevelopment plan and a different redevelopment area from the project that we're talking about tonight.
So basically, you're saying that the Boatworks is going to be redeveloped. However, is it again going to be more residential, or is it going to be open space?
The redevelopment plan allows for a combination. We know that there's challenges with residential for any property that fronts on the river that's in a flood zone. But the open space, what it does in terms of the township's leverage is that right now we have a parking lot and a dilapidated building. It's a relatively small piece of property. It's just very long. However, it does link up with Huddy Park. So the township's goal is to extend a public walkway from Huddy Park around that property to at least where the River Lady dock is. We're hoping that whatever the redevelopment is for that property then stimulates investment on the part of Chefs International, which owns Water Street Bar and Grill and owns almost the entire other side of the street, to invest in an expansion of their development, which would then allow us to require them to extend the walkway the rest of the way around. So the goal is to get public access as a walkway that would extend from the corner of Huddy Park at Main all the way around to the entire peninsula of Robbins Parkway. But again, Huddy Park is in a different area. That's a different redevelopment negotiation for a different agreement at a different time. But we have to overcome a couple of obstacles with the state Department of Environmental Protection to get there.
Again, I think everybody feels the same way, that if this could be tabled so that we could get more information. It sounds to me like the walkway sounds like a fabulous idea, but it also sounds to me like, in addition to the 285 apartments that are being proposed now, there's going to be a lot more built. I understand about development, and I think some of the ideas here are really positive, and I understand that we do need to have people downtown to build businesses, although I know that the businesses bring people too. It's a very slippery slope. Again, I think it needs to be tabled, and we can really look at the entire project and decide how many residential units is this redevelopment looking to build in the long term, not just in this one property, because it sounds like this is a much bigger scope than any of us are understanding at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Miriam, you had your hand up. Sorry.
Shorter. Council President, if you don't mind, if I can address Council Turnback for those questions
absolutely.
he had. I believe one of your questions was did the bid engage with the residents? And I can assure you it was me that canceled the meeting 2 weeks ago due to a scheduling conflict. And I apologize for that. I do have a tentative meeting on the 26th of this month to meet with the residents committee because I do feel that transparency is a good way to be, and I want to keep people more involved and tell them this is a good story about this project.
And Marion, you do an excellent job with the bid, so please don't mistake my comments at all. My concern is if we're asked to vote on this tonight, their consideration and their comments wouldn't be taken into consideration before we have that vote. So I'm thankful that you have that, but we really need that before we then can cast the vote. Because otherwise we're saying, residents, you can talk about it after, but we don't need to hear it.
No, and I definitely want you to understand what my efforts were.
Sure.
You know, we have board meetings every month that are open to the public, and I maintain that to have a Zoom, because I understand that it is difficult to have people come down. I've had maybe 1 or 2 residents participate in that. I've actually gone out and talked to residents and have them come into my office and spent numerous hours. So I understand that people are concerned, but unfortunately, we've been working on this project for over a year, and those haven't been voiced to me till the last minute. So this is just a first step in a many-step process. So what I can do is I can promise you and assure you that I'll do a better job, and I will make sure that, you know, if the residents want to meet in my office, if they want to meet with the developer, through all the other steps, I will continue to make that commitment and do a better job.
I think you do a great job. I just think that the residents of this town need to have a sit-down, maybe here at Town Hall, with the developer, with the attorney, so they can get their questions answered.
I understand that. I just want you to just know that I have made an effort. There are channels, and we've tried to continue, and I'll do it.
Absolutely, and we
Okay.
appreciate you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, you on the end in the blue shirt? Okay. Thank you very much. Hard to see with that light shining in my eyes.
That you couldn't see. Phil Brilliant, 79 Holly Tree Lane. Complete transparency, I'm also the first vice chair of the Greater Toms River Chamber of Commerce. First, a few questions, and I took some notes. Just to be clear, because I know it's been said time and time again, but just so we're clear, the loop, roundabout, circle, whatever that's called, is not part of this application, is completely separate, and if there are questions on that, where would somebody go?
That's a great question. Yes, the answer is, as has been indicated before, this is on a separate agreement with the Federal Highway Administration. The township was a direct recipient of the grant, up to a maximum of $5.6 million to build all the improvements. The county engineer was responsible for the concept plan. The township, under the grant, is trying to finalize a agreement for the preliminary engineering. So that's when the pencils get sharpened and the real design takes place based on that concept. So we will be responsible for, when our consultant is finally on board and we're waiting for the contract to be approved by the Federal Highway Administration, which has been unfortunately not as responsive as we would like to get us started. But during this process between now and 2025, during the design, that we anticipate, just so the public knows, that the preliminary engineering will take place roughly in 2022 and carrying the final design into 2023, and then we would be under construction in 2023. That's what the schedule calls for. Completion by early 2025 and inspections and sign-off by September of 2025. So the project will be getting refined as that moves along. As far as any questions about how the roundabout came about, even though there were 2 public information sessions last year, I would say still direct those questions to the county engineer office. As far as what happens from preliminary engineering, there will be continued public information centers throughout the entire design process. That's required by the Federal Highway Administration. So as the design gets refined, there'll be opportunities, and we would be the contact. We would be able to get that information from our consultant going forward.
You as the planner and the engineer, not the council.
That's correct. Yeah.
No, just give me it back. Thanks. Another question, actually, and I've heard it a couple times. You know, the height of the building has really been dictated by DEP requirements that fell upon the developer relative to also making it affordable. okay, making it a project that a developer would want to bid on and would want to do. Because if I heard someone say, if you chop off one floor based upon the current, it's basically not a plan that you would develop, okay? But that requirement came from DEP requirements based upon the site restrictions, not a requirement set forth by the council or the planner or anything locally. Okay. I heard 320 some odd jobs coming into Toms River. In a time where many of us are coming out of the past 16 to 18 months of struggles, of not knowing if we had jobs, not having jobs, of people looking for opportunities that fit them both in construction, in engineering, and all aspects of building, that people right here in this town are looking for those jobs, and now maybe driving to Hoboken, Hasbrook Heights, other parts of New Jersey. Those two popped into my, and they start with H's. Now you're talking about 320 jobs that will be available soon. They'll be available when the developer has his approvals to move forward and start. And I heard also that there's a set aside or a requirement in the agreement that they have to hire local. Did I get all of that right?
I want to be absolutely correct. Good, there's a process, good faith efforts to hire township residents, yes. Not an absolute hard requirement.
Good. Again, I think this is a redeveloper who has come here to Toms River. They're looking for the opportunity to build this project, which is going to bring jobs. It's going to bring people to downtown Toms River. It's going to bring traffic, in foot traffic. If you look, and anybody has opportunities to travel not only New Jersey, I just had an opportunity to be in Savannah and Charleston, and nobody needed a car. You could basically walk to everywhere you needed to be. It's a beautiful way that people are revitalizing towns. It is not about taking open space that we want to preserve and turning it into houses and projects. It's about taking underutilized properties and turning it into developments that people want to be part of and want to be part of that township. And you see it all throughout New Jersey. And I think personal comment, that I hope the council considers this tonight. I think this is good for Toms River and for all the residents of downtown as well as all of Toms River, if I understand. This is step one. There are other opportunities to voice your concerns, your objectives, your opinions. They have to go to planning board. They have other opportunities and other approvals to give their input. And here's a developer who's here sitting right in front of you. If it doesn't happen, will we have the opportunity to come back and have another developer sitting in front of us? It may not happen. And the last part, and I heard it said two different ways. You know, this week the Yankees are going to play the White Sox on the Field of Dreams in the middle of a cornfield in Iowa. We all remember the movie when we were growing up with Kevin Costner. Build it and they will come. If we build this, the opportunities of the other redevelopment plans live. If we don't, we may never see that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, in the black shirt that was sitting next to Mr. Brilliant.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ralph Wolf. I live at 25 Rico Avenue here in Toms River. I am the chair of the Greater Toms River Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here tonight representing the 350 odd members that we have. They're not odd, but the number's odd. And the leadership of the Greater Toms River Chamber wants you all to know that we are in favor. We are in favor of pretty much anything that's going to bring jobs and enhance the businesses here in the Greater Toms River area. I don't think a lot of people understand, and maybe they do, how the business community supports your community. Over 52% of gross revenues taken in by businesses go right back into the community in the way of salaries, in the way of taxes, in the way of supporting the nonprofits throughout the community. I think that's something to look at and to consider. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. The gentleman that would have been to his left.
Hi, my name is Mike Hovance, 638 Dave Marion Road, Toms River. I'm here to support this fully. Little bit of a different spin on growing up in Toms River. I have been here my whole life, 42 years, grew up downtown, not living here, but walking here, just off of Washington Street. I skateboarded down by the library on Sundays, all the little things. So I'm the town guy. And when I started my business, I have the Perfect Swing Golf at 33 Main Street. I started that in 1997, and I was in Toms River for 8 years with that first. Then we moved up to Lakewood for 8 years, and we were looking for a new place, and ultimately I was looking to buy something. So I wanted to take my business, solidify it somewhere, did not want to move, and I wanted to come downtown. And we had several real estate agents that we talked to. Every single person said, do not go downtown. No, don't, you know. And I said, no, it's my town. So we found the Harris Building. Took a lot of pride in that. It was 3 generations that was been there, and just fell in love with it. I wanted to be down here. We bought the building, don't know how, somehow, begged, borrowed, stole, made it happen. My family, you know, we supported it as long as we possibly could to make it happen, and we did. So just as far as being vested in the town and being part of this project for the last 2 years since I heard about it, I did everything I could to find out about it. Some things are not just going to come to me, so I asked. I was able to take a trip to Hackensack to see exactly, because my concerns were the same as everybody's. Saw what the developer was doing and the quality of the building. The little things that he puts into his buildings just impressed me. You know, the individual key fobs, the security. The one little thing I loved was, doesn't like the blinds crooked. Blinds were fixed. You could go up and down, but not crooked. So little things like that are what sold me 2 years ago. And it's a big switch. I'm going to be staring at it for a year and a half of construction and everything else, but it's worth it to me. It's worth it to my family. It's worth it for downtown surviving, for growing. I don't think it's been surviving as much, so I feel that this is something that has to happen in order for Toms River to continue in the direction that we all want it to. If we want to live here, work here, play here, as it's been said, these things need to happen. And, you know, fortunately, when you look into the demographics and you want to have a bigger business come into downtown, it's just not going to happen. Without the residents, without projects like this, without the growth, you're never going to get the bigger businesses. And we all want it, but we don't want to, you know, we don't want to have to deal with the construction and this and that, but I'm just in full support of it, and 100%. So.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey, guys. Okay. Tom Forgione. I'm a business owner in downtown Toms River. I've been a business owner downtown since 1995. My family has been business owners in Toms River since 1978, where we own a liquor store and bar in Silverton for over 37 years. Phil's Liquor Locker. Maybe some of you have been there. Yay. Okay, so I'm also was a marketing instructor for 19 years at Ocean County College. I own a marketing agency. I'm a SCORE resource and volunteer, and I work with the Small Business Administration, so I know traffic studies and all those good things that are about business. And I can tell you right now, no business is coming without people. It's not the other way around. It's never been the other way around. So no matter what you think, it's not the other way around. If businesses don't see the traffic, they're not going to invest. Now, I've been working with the bid since I've been down here, since it was invented. And I've seen a lot of good things happen. And yes, I agree that the townspeople that live down here should have some input. But where were you for the last 20 years? We were talking about this. Wait a second. We have monthly meetings open to the public that are noticed, that people can see and come to our meetings, and we don't see them. We see maybe one or two people. It seems like when things come to a vote, that's when everybody comes out and they want to voice their opinion. And I think that they don't have enough data, which I think they should have, and if they need more, that's fine. Let them get it. But I don't think that some of the things that are brought up here were really thought out, and they weren't based on data. They weren't based on things that people and business owners and residents really want. I think that what Ralph Wolf said was really true. 52% goes back to us. Isn't that a good thing? And we're not talking a 10-story monstrosity. We're talking a 10-story, look at that thing. It's a beautiful building. It has a lot of accoutrements that our people are going to be able to enjoy, not only the residents of there, but our residents. And my last thing is this. Do you think that the businesses downtown can survive any longer? How much longer without bodies? I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, if you read some books and you read some literature, you go on the web and just look for different economic development and what happens to towns that don't move forward, you'll see that most of them are in shambles. Drug-infested, real big problems. We need the money from the businesses to make the taxes, to keep the people happy, to keep the crime down, and to have a fruitful downtown. And I've been doing this a long time with everybody here. It's needed. I know, change is hard. I don't like change, but sometimes it's just required in order to move forward for our future generations, not ourselves. And we need to think about them. 200 people living here, 200 apartments with 400 people living here, and jobs that are coming down here. The VA's coming down here. Lots of things are happening. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. So I wish that if we did table it, we would require that it be one more meeting. If they don't show, then that's it. We give them one more chance to voice their opinions. But we have to know definitively what the problem is, not speculation based on junk data that these people are bringing up. They don't have the right information. You don't have the right information.
Please address the
the statements that I've heard here from the people who are against it, and I understand that they're trepidatious because they want their values of their properties to be high, and they don't want a big 10-story building that's going to block their view, which we will prove that it's not going to block their view. But base it on true facts, not on what's in their brain. They have to actually have real data. And as an educator, that's the most important part. And I don't think they have it. I think if they need that information, we can give it to them, but they don't have the true facts, and they're basing it on speculation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. One moment, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Baumann, if this were to be tabled for 2 weeks and you met with the residents next week,
right,
open to the residents, would that, are there any timelines involved?
So we would adopt the resolution approving the agreement the same night we adopted the financial agreement ordinance? Is that would be the schedule?
Yes.
I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Well, then I'd like to make that motion to table the
Well,
resolution.
we still have to hear the public, so I opened it up for public comment. That way we don't have to, like we did with a former ordinance.
So I think we scheduled the hearing on the financial agreement, that ordinance. That would be the...
We'll finish hearing public comments, and then
okay,
we'll have you set up a meeting with the residents. But Mr. Anderson, please.
Art Anderson, 12 Park Street. Obviously, I didn't have to hear you guys my name because you all know it, right?
That's okay.
Right?
Well, apparently there's a video feed issue, so the public can hear it.
25 years downtown. I don't know what Tom was talking about because I've been on the bid when the Harris was in charge, and I was putting flags up for Memorial Day, and I didn't see you. I'm sorry. So to get back to it, there's obviously we want to toolbox this or tabletop it because we need it, right? But there is some questions. This vote is for you guys, right? Tonight? Look, and let me explain something. Maybe I'm wrong, but it says authorization and execution of a redevelopment agreement and purchase and sales agreement. I haven't heard none of that tonight. I haven't heard what the property is being sold for. Again, is it $1? I heard that. Is that true? Can someone tell me the amount what the property is being sold for?
That's an excellent question. It's free.
The purchase price for the property, which includes the parking authority's property, is $560,000.
$560,000.
Can I just
Right?
ask?
Let me.
Mr. Anderson
You
has
said
the
it's
floor.
including the parking authority's property. How much for the township's property? I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson, I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified.
$1.
$1 for the township
so-
property. So Mr. Anderson is correct then. The other
I didn't
part
hear-
is
I
the...
thought it was a question.
Yeah, the other part is the parking authority's property.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Anderson. I just
Again,
wanted-
I've been at all these meetings. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we paid how many millions for the property where the hotel's at?
That I don't know. I wasn't
$3
on the
million.
council.
You all voted on it. How do you not remember?
It was $3 million.
$3 million.
I wasn't on the council.
But I'm saying, you're going to agree on something, right? Do you know checking and balances? How much are we getting back and how much are we giving? Does everybody know that on this council tonight? Do you know what we're going to be getting back? Do you know what we're giving out? I'm not asking over there. I'm asking you because you're the one voting on it.
I do,
I
Mr.
believe
Lori?
they estimated
Yeah.
$390,000 a year,
That's $390,000.
a year.
Can I address
Yeah,
that real
year
quick?
one.
So we're giving up the property and some taxes and gaining the building with the residents, which go out and support the businesses. So I've heard a couple things today that this is a sweetheart deal, and someone actually offered to build it themselves. Just to put it in perspective, Mr. Baumann, what is the construction cost on this building so that we're all aware of what the investment is that the developer is putting in? Because I think that's pretty important.
How many square feet is the building?
Okay. While he's looking for that,
Yes.
did you have any other questions regarding this?
So Kevin, how much does the town have to give back for garbage, lights, and plowing for this development for every year?
Again, I don't have those figures handy, but that's part of the,
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm asking you because you're the one voting on this. I'm not asking him. I'm
Right.
asking you.
I-
He's not voting, you're voting.
that is
You
correct.
don't know these numbers.
Us? We have hyperlinks, but my computer's asleep. If you would, please.
We are required by law to reimburse qualified private communities. That could be apartment complexes,
Condos.
condominium complex. The figures vary every year, depending on what their costs are versus what our costs are. So it's impossible to determine those numbers in the abstract.
So
They
that,
have to submit receipts, and then we base our determination, our reimbursement on what our cost is to provide that service for the rest of the town.
and that's what I'm trying to get at. Between that, the school system, and we're only
Those
putting.
reimbursements are required by law.
I understand
get out
that.
of that.
I understand that. But what happens if they didn't build?
No, not
Would we have to pay them?
Excuse me. What
If we didn't build, would we have to pay them?
Well, we'd still have to maintain the lot for snow removal.
Unless it was condos or anything else but apartments.
No.
No, we
if it was
reimburse
condo, we have
condo
to reimburse
associations
them
for
as well.
garbage and snow removal.
Everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, what are the numbers?
Well, I think what Mr. Anderson is trying to say here is that it's pretty obvious, based just on the number of school children, that this building is going to cost taxpayers of the town a lot more than $400,000 a year, which is why we should table
That's
this.
not
And
true.
I disagree with
They just
Councilman Wright.
pointed
All I
out
know
the
is what are the
specific
numbers?
numbers,
Again, go-
that that is not true.
It's absolutely true.
Well,
It's near $20,000
Then,
per
Lori,
child
let
to
me-
educate a student, so it's
That's
an awful lot of money.
consideration the state,
Let me
the
ask you a
amount the
question.
state
You
put
said
there.
it's not true. What are the numbers then?
I do not have the numbers memorized. I've been shown the numbers, I've looked at the numbers, and we brought our professionals who have the numbers at their fingertips to share with you. It is not for me to memorize the numbers, because if I try to throw out numbers, I'm going to be wrong.
Well,
My memory's not that
50,000
good.
$10,000 per student, 50 children would be $500,000. That'd be 500. You would have lost $100,000 already. As a taxpayer, the municipality is going to get $400,000. What about the schools?
Yeah.
We're going to get less than 400 when you calculate all the services.
35.
So what Mr. Anderson is trying to say is you're going to give away
Well, let
a
Mr.
waterfront
Anderson say
piece of
this is
property for
public
free, and you're not getting anything for
we
it.
go.
So I think that's what Mr. Anderson
Anderson has
is
the
saying,
floor.
and that's what the people feel.
So, a couple things on the numbers. First, the investment is about $67 million is the investment in the project. Second, the land value was part of the mathematical calculation to determine what the pilot needs. So they need to have the land be $1 in order to make the numbers work. That is what our independent financial expert determined. So in the application is their entire pro formas, all their construction costs, our anticipated rents, 30 years worth of pro formas. Our consultant independently verified all those numbers, and that's where the negotiation over the land value and the other costs. In terms of the student, per student cost, the cost for the busing and the direct educational costs that are the costs that could change per student, it's around $7,950 estimated for the per student. And the estimation is that the amount that the Board of Ed would incur is less than the annual service charge.
But that would be equal to, at 50 students, $8,000, so it would be $400,000, except the school district would not get the $400,000. This council and Mayor Hill would spend that money as they saw fit.
Yeah, but I think the point maybe that's being missed is,
And that's if it's just 50 children, correct?
We'll continue on with the public comments. Councilman Latano, please hold off.
I mean, the point that's most important that I think shouldn't be missed is this is an economic driver for Toms River. This is a project that's being driven to create economic development in the downtown. And then what the economics of this project are required to make that work. Otherwise, you're not going to have this type of an impactful project that's going to have the residual, the indirect benefits that are associated with a project like this. It's the first one of its kind in the Toms River. You need to have a first one. The first one is always going to be, to the township, the most expensive. If you look anywhere, look at Cranford, look at any of the Asbury Park, look at any of these places, the first one, the first entity that takes the chance, submits a bid, because many people wouldn't, as you know, and takes a chance on Toms River, that's the most challenging. And what it will create is other opportunities. Even if you go look at any of these towns, Hackensack, for example, if you looked at Hackensack and saw that before the first project arrived, it was empty. Now there's 5 or 6 projects. Go to Cranford. You can go up and down New Jersey to find the first project, which is always going to be the hardest one to tackle, but it's the one that creates the impetus for other developers to show up, for wallets. That's a lot of wallets that are going to be wandering around the downtown that are not here today. And so I can assure you a couple things. The financials were vetted carefully, including the land purchase price, the 7% annual service charge. By the way, they are not going to get reimbursed for municipal services for the garbage. We negotiated that. And that ends up in this package of numbers that we're presenting for you today. But if you're going to make again, the decision you have to buy into is we're doing this to drive economic development in our downtown, and there's a price for that. It's a lower annual service charge. It's $1 for the land. But the economic benefits to that is taking this downtown and making it completely different 20 years from now.
All I know is we need to make sure the numbers work for the town and not the developer. And I think if we tabletop that and we could see that, then I think we'd agree with it. But right now, we don't see it, so how can we agree with it? That's all I got to say.
Does any other member of the public have any questions? Yes,
The gentleman on the right's been raising his hand for quite a long time now.
I see that. Thank you. The gentleman in the white shirt.
My name's Bob Watson. I live at 102 Messenger Street. It seems to me, in answer to the folks on the right side here, the solution is easy. Build more apartments. That's what they want, is more money. Give them 10 apartment buildings. Fill up the parking lot with them. Do whatever you want, and they get their money. Secondly, there's a fixed number of retail locations in the town. The plan says nothing about expanding that. So all you're going to do is increase the income for a fixed number of retail outlets. That would be irritating to me. The bottom line is more apartments give a few people more money. I think you should stand back for a little bit and take a look at what the plan is saying. The plan is not doing anything for downtown Toms River other than providing more income to how many? 15 locations in downtown Toms River? It's not changing the configuration of it. It's not making it easier to get in and out of. It's not really doing too much for the physical structure of downtown Toms River. What you're talking about is peripheral development. You're not going to be influencing the downtown. And I think that's could be part of the irritation. There are many of us like downtown. The downtown we all grew up in is what everybody thinks of in downtown. This is not a downtown redevelopment program, and you're smoking something if you say it is. It's not. It's a peripheral construction with the one objective of getting more, two objectives, getting more tax revenue into the town and more revenue into peripheral services that those people will require, such as attorney services or bank services. So what I think you should consider is sitting back and saying, okay, what do we really want in the town? Because what you're building is not a downtown. You might make the decision that you want to be a center, an Ocean County center town. And so you build up buildings, you have residences, you basically do away with the downtown other than a half a dozen retail outlets and make it all income with apartments and forget the old-fashioned downtown. Or you decide, okay, let's build the downtown. Let's expand downtown. I understand this has come up before. Take Water Street or Washington and drive it right through to Iron Street. Knock down a couple of buildings. Good luck. The lawyers own them. They'll probably fight you and never let you do it, but condemn them. But the point is, if you did something as silly as that, you would expand the downtown. You wouldn't be putting peripheral structures around. Let's face it, guys, if you listen to all the issues, all the people are saying this will bring money into the retail establishments, then the solution after this project is done, the next project, the solution will be more apartments. And after that, it'll be more apartments. And after that, more apartments. Because it will always result in more people that will have the need for more legal services or more drinking in an establishment, but it won't solve your downtown. So if you want a downtown, I think you got to really rethink what you're doing. If you're thinking of doing this like a county seat, then the approach you're taking might make a lot of sense. But I think the conflict is there are those that want a downtown and those that want some kind of a county seat organization or structure. I just don't see it. I think you're just up against a conflict. You're creating a conflict. Nobody wins in a conflict. And just as an aside, anybody who anybody who made that roundabout design never drove in Rome, France, London, or any place where they use roundabouts. Otherwise, they would know there's no way to cross a roundabout. Just doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You in the light blue shirt, please.
Hi, guys. I'm an out-of-towner, Chris Macho, Oceanport. I've been looking at this body of water for a while now. I do kayaks and paddleboards, and I see underutilized safe waterways that you could really get the community involved. I do in Oceanport. I have a lot of tourists come in. I get a lot of community members involved. We do kids programs, and based on what it looks like now, we'd never open a business like that. But with something like this, it would draw in the crowds. It would be sustainable business, and it's really great for the community. We are intertwined with our community. We sponsor lots of events, and I see a beautiful building and a lot of opportunity there. And I'm very interested, and I hope that this does get off the ground, and I could come and visit and maybe, bring my business model to the Toms River area, because I see tons of potential for tourism and for families. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Does any other member of the public wish to be heard? Okay. Mr. Paul? Oh, okay, all right. Yeah.
So I want to follow up on my comments earlier, because the comments that came later, there was one person that just seemed condescending to the population down here, and reference to the bid. Again, I'm not jumping on either side of this, for or against it. I'm going to again, recognize Councilman Turnbag for being the first to mention that maybe this needs to be tabled. But I want to assure you of something, because the representations that came from one of the commenters kind of gave the rub that the people in this area have already had the opportunity to talk with the bid. Let me tell you, and I know who the bid is. I remember when Nick Zorgi was the executive director. I've been in their office. I've reached out. And with all due respect to the executive director of the bid now and the members, they are not very responsive to the general public. The general public probably has not heard from the bid. The bid is almost an exclusive elite type of club, a lot like the Greater Toms River Chamber of Commerce. They are not in touch with the general public. The general public was not aware of this. Could they have sought out the information? Certainly. There's a lot of things that the general public doesn't do that they ought to be doing in order to hold our government officials accountable. But they don't. But it doesn't translate that they've had the opportunity to hear about this project, to have comments, to become informed. And I think that's what's really important here. They need an opportunity to be informed. I think a lot of people have failed our general public in making sure that they understand what is going on. There's pros and cons to this, no doubt about it. But the general public should have an adequate and effective and meaningful opportunity to hear about it, to ask questions, to become informed. And not just to have this, this gist that, they had the opportunity and they failed to participate. Our country has failed to participate in stuff for a long, long time. It wasn't just recently. And the request now, generally, and there's a pretty heavy feeling for it, is that we ought to have the opportunity to meet with the developers and their counsel, ask a lot of questions to become greater informed. Because who knows, maybe they might be able to convince the general public that this is a better idea than what our gut is telling us right now. And that's the point that needs to be made. The representations, the condescending comments to the general public were not acceptable. And this council should table this matter to allow for the general public to be heard and informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, you had a, yes, you're next.
Michelle Williams, 111 Tiller Drive, Toms River. Council President, during the conversation regarding the pilots, nothing was ever said of how long they were, the term of it. Some of them, generally speaking, can be 30 years to 50 years, so I was wondering, what is the term?
Yeah, it was mentioned 30.
30.
Yes.
30 years.
Yes.
Cost per pupil in Toms River currently, this year is $14,000. Times 50 students at $700,000 per year. If we have one student that has special needs, it could even cost us $100,000. And if we're only receiving from their payment in lieu will be $392,000, I don't know where we could even make up that difference. I'm just asking that the council, if this project does go through, that perhaps you can renegotiate that 30 years. That will be to the benefit of the people of Toms River. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's another woman over here in white.
Council President.
That had a question?
Could I just?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Quick question about the payment in lieu of taxes. You do a financial analysis of what the regular tax rate would be, right?
So the payment in lieu of taxes is 7%, but remember, it's based upon the annual gross revenue, so it's going to go up every year, just like rents go up every year. So over the course of the year, that number, 300,000, we expect it would go up at least 2 or 3% a year as rents go up, so that it's tracking with cost, presumably. The estimate by our financial consultant on the actual per student number is closer to 8,000, not 14,000. And it's because so much of the costs are either not paid for by taxpayers or they're fixed costs that are not going to change, debt service, they're not going to hire another principal, things like that. And so that's sort of all the economics that go into it. But the primary driver from our perspective is to make sure that the developer is not getting too much of a benefit. And the 30 years, was part of the analysis.
Mr. Baumann, I think what Ms. Urick was asking is, given the
I
construction
could ask
costs...
my own questions. I could ask my own
Thank
questions.
You.
Thank you.
Okay, so then it's my
So-
question. Given the cost
so
of the
no,
building, then it's my
Mr.
question.
Roderick,
Now, I
you
was
did
just
not
asking a question.
quite finish
Councilman
answering my
Roderick,
question.
Can you just please wait your turn?
I
Councilwoman Urick
did. I wanted
had
to ask a question,
question.
but if you're still asking a question, I'll wait. Go ahead.
I find that hard to believe, but
I
please
can
wait.
ask my own questions, and I would like to have the question that I'm asking is that you do an in-depth financial analysis when you're looking at, because the township needs to know, is the pilot worth it for the township?
Right.
So the point of a pilot is that the township should actually be getting more money than they would otherwise.
I understand your question.
So if we were going to collect taxes and 49% of those went to the school, would
I understand.
would it even be the 390,000
Yeah, I
anyway?
understand. So the number you're looking for me is the actual taxes that would find its way to the township, not counting the county and others. That analysis I don't have at my fingertips, but I can get you the answer to that question.
And then it would be,
Because we get
95%
they step
up
up
to that in the last 5 years or so.
So the step up, in
Right.
this case, it's 7% the whole time, not the step up. But your question is, 95% of a smaller pie is more than whatever we normally get in a larger pie. And that number I'll definitely have for you. I don't have it at my fingertips.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Baumann? You had said the construction cost was around $60 million, correct?
67.
67 million. So I guess what some folks in the public have asked is what I thought Ms. Urick was potentially asking, but I guess I was incorrect, is that what would taxes be on a building worth $67 million at the current tax rate?
Yeah.
Pretty high, right?
Well, it's a false choice, right?
Right, but it would be pretty high,
It'll be
correct?
high.
It would
It'll
be
be
way
higher
higher
than
than $400,000.
Well, that's the point. The pilot is a discount off otherwise applicable taxes, so yes.
It would a lot higher.
It would be,
Yeah,
yeah.
'cause I know it would be, we just did something with Sibagagi the other day, right? And it was $60-some-odd thousand a year for a $2 million piece of property. Yeah, so I mean, 1.6 million, so it would be, you're saying it would be 1.6 million for the taxes?
67 million times the tax rate is 1.6
1.6, so about four times what's suggested here, 4 times.
Oh, that's true, that's not the assessment, that is the build cost, so it would be different.
It would be
Council
higher,
President,
because
can I ask
you'd
a
have to tax
question?
them on the
I
property.
mean, to your point, the taxes, the otherwise applicable taxes on this project would be substantially higher than the annual service charge. Absolutely true.
Okay.
My point is, it's a false choice because that project that you're describing would never happen.
No, I understand that, but the folks out there are a lot of folks that just oppose the whole idea of having more apartments and more people downtown.
I understand that.
So, I mean, for them, it is a real choice.
I got it.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Baumann? A lot of the questions with regard to the pilot are with regard to this cost that the township is indicating that they will cover for the students. And I think the public and the council would feel a lot better. Has that analysis been done?
Yeah, so we had a fiscal impact analysis that determined, first they figure out how many school children are likely to arrive at the school.
Right.
And they do that by relying on 2 Rutgers studies that is universally used throughout New Jersey. That study, you use it to determine the number of students, which is where we get the 30 to 50.
Right.
And from that per student, you then go and analyze the school budget. And you pull out first things that are money that's not being paid for by taxes, so grants or other money. Now you have just what's coming from taxes. And then you pull out fixed costs that are not going to change at all, like the debt service is going to be the debt service. You're not going to probably hire another principal. And then you pull that back to a number, and that fiscal impact analysis comes to the roughly $7,950.
And was the analysis then done, though, if the township's going to pay that money? Because that's what's being suggested by the council, that the council's saying we're going to cover the cost for the students. Was that analysis done so we can say to the public it's going to cost the municipality this much? Because that's what people are asking.
Yeah, so the estimate is that the ratables will be more than the cost to cover the students, plus there is some incremental possible cost to the municipality itself. Those costs are estimated to be close to, but less than, the annual service charge. So net, it's estimated that it'll be neutral, revenue neutral.
So, just to clarify one more time, there's nothing in this agreement that we would be voting on this evening that would guarantee the school district would receive any money, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's
There's nothing to guarantee that. So this council, as we're voting, we don't have to give a dime to the school district. The money mostly comes to the council,
Yeah.
$400,000.
Yeah.
And then if it costs the school district more money, they would have to raise taxes if we decided not to give them any of this money, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Presumably, for every dollar you don't give them, it's $1 less municipal taxes that are to be paid. So to the taxpayer, it should be neutral, right? Because they pay taxes for the Board of Ed and the municipality. So if the municipality has $500 that it keeps for itself, it's $500 less taxes they have to charge, albeit $500 more for the Board of Ed. So if you think of the two of you as a single taxing district, which I'm betting most taxpayers do, they think of you, they look at one big tax bill. They don't really spend too much time thinking of the discipline. So from them, this money is, where it ends up in which pocket doesn't really, at the end of the day, have an impact on how much taxes they pay, because if you keep it at the municipality, it's $1 less municipal taxes you got to raise versus the Board of Ed. Having said that, we purposefully did not put it in the redevelopment agreement because we don't think it's the developer's business on how we spend our money. We left it up to the governing body here to decide if they want to share the money with the Board of Ed, because as far as we're concerned, that's not their business, so it's purposely not in the redevelopment agreement. We left that for your discretion.
But that's 13, right? Well, we vote on that in 13, correct?
So there's two things, can I address that? There's two things. You're going to vote on a resolution, which approves the redevelopment agreement, the purchase and sale agreement, and introduce an ordinance. To the question earlier, it's important that we introduce the ordinance so that when we have the adoption of the ordinance, we could then consider the resolutions at the same time. So if we were to table anything, I would prefer that we tabled the resolution to the same night that we're considering the ordinance, so we don't lose any time, but we do introduce the ordinance, which is just moving it to the next level for a public hearing, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir. Okay. Does any other member of the public have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Leslie Peters. I live on Meadowlands Court. I was born and raised in Toms River. Lived on Sword Avenue for 32 years. My mother was in Toms River. When I was a child, you went downtown. You had everything downtown. You had Woolworths, you had restaurants, you had the library, you had the courthouse. Right now, that building is beautiful. What is it going to do for Main Street, Toms River? That is disastrous right now. There is not any kind of business that will be drawn to Toms River, and those 200 people will be going to the Ocean County Mall, Jackson Outlets, and they're not coming to help Toms River. They're coming to work in Toms River, but they're not going to help redevelopment of downtown Toms River. Where is the money going to go or come from to help downtown Toms River? You had Harris's, you had Purpurize. We ran those businesses out because of lawyers and other business people owning those businesses and buildings and running them out by raising the taxes and the rents. All you have right now are lawyers and bankers. Okay, what is that water going to look like after we build that building? Do you know what the water looks like now in that?
I do.
It's got lily pads everywhere. It's polluted. And we have a 10-story building. Look what just happened in Florida. The building collapsed on top of the garages. What, in 30 years' time, 20 years' time, what's going to happen to those buildings?
Thank you.
Questions?
All right, the gentleman in the back, I'll take one over here, then we'll switch sides. I saw two hands go up.
Hello, everybody. My name's Anthony Palmucci. I moved to downtown Toms River on Dayton Avenue 32 years ago. I started a business in my basement, taught Matt Lotano, who bought his first house on Dayton Avenue. I did also. Started a business in my basement. Now I own the Music Academy, which is up there on the picture. And I could definitely say I have about 350 families who are for this. Because they've been living in downtown for many years and have nowhere to go to eat. And I think that anything that when is now a good time to start the revitalization of the downtown? It is, in fact, the county seat. And I do think a lot of the folks on this side, Bob, I know Bob from the gym, make very good points, and we should be very concerned with the decisions that we make in revitalizing the downtown. I rented from Andrew Kiriakou for 10 years, downtown Toms River. We were always hoping that something would happen downtown, and now it finally is. The Music Academy survived the Red Roof Inn, and we're here to stay for sure. And we're all for the positive redevelopment plan. About 40 years ago, I was affiliated with the Red Bank revitalization, and I heard a lot of the same stories. I watched buildings go from $360,000 to $3.6 million. You can't find, it's a bustling area. This is the county seat. It's about time that we start bringing business into the downtown Toms River areas, because that's what will bring the people for sure. It definitely doesn't work the other way. It never has. But I am also, as a resident as well, I'm concerned with a lot of the things that are going on downtown, and I think that this is now is a great time. So I'm for it, and I will bring 350 families, if not more, to this vote. They all know what's going on downtown. So I don't know it is the business improvement district, but without them we would have no fairs, We would have none of the downtown events that we have every month without them bringing people to the downtown. If that doesn't say it all, I don't know what does. Build it and they will come for sure, but without having something to come down for, they will not do it. So I thank you guys for having this meeting tonight. Thanks for inviting everyone, both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to be heard? Ms. Tormolen. I'm just going to excuse Councilman Copy has to make a phone call for work tonight, so if you want to step off that.
Hi, everybody. Dana Tormolen, 105 Messenger Street. Just a quick question regarding the influx of children with this project. If we start off with these two buildings and 285 apartments, 25 to 50 children, there will be more buildings with more apartments, correct? Just yes or no, because I just have a quick math problem. That's all.
Okay. We don't know.
Okay, so right now, Walnut Street, which is the elementary school that they will be going to, 751 students, K through 5. There are approximately 125 students per grade if you do the division that way. 4 classes per grade, you have 31.25 children in a classroom already. If you do 5 classes per grade, it's 25. You add in another 50 kids. Then whenever the next one comes, however many there. Where are you putting all these kids? Where are they going to fit? They're already busting at the seams at Walnut Street. My kids went there. So you're going to put an influx of children into 3 schools, Walnut Street, Intermediate South, and High School South, which has room for about 12 more kids in the entire school. But we're going to keep adding and adding and adding. And our kids can't get what they want, but you're going to bring more in with a $20 million deficit in our school budget. Where's the logic in that?
Well, I would just like to say that this is the first project that's being proposed, and which is why they got the pilot program, or we're proposing they get the pilot. Not every other project would qualify for the pilot program, so they would be taxed. I mean, they could be.
I'm not even talking about the money part.
Right.
I'm talking about space.
Right.
Where are these children going to go to school? Where are you going to put them?
We
You
do have
can't
some
add on
members
to
of the
these
school
buildings
board here,
anymore.
but our enrollment generally in the township, I think, is down in the school system.
But Walnut Street is always high. It always has. I literally just Googled it.
Right.
So is East.
Yes.
And
So.
So this
my-
end of town is
Yes,
busting
and again,
at the
High School
seams.
South literally has 12 desks left for students because of the academies that are happening and the influx of kids from, all directions. We can't survive right now with what we have. I'm part of the Education Foundation. We're here to help, but we can only help so much. Like, we need a break. These kids need things, and they're not getting them. Instead, they're getting more kids, which we don't get a whole lot of money for, and we're still, I just ask that you really rethink the amount of units that you're trying to put up right now. Everybody knows, and to anybody who thinks that we down here don't want redevelopment or don't know about it, we know it's coming. But you don't live in our backyards. Your kids don't all go to school with our kids. So you don't see the whole picture. You see money coming in, hopefully. And to sit here and say that we don't know what's going on, you're all wrong. A lot of this happened during COVID when nobody knew what was going on. So to sit there, point fingers, or call people out takes a lot of nerve right now. I'm here because I grew up here 45 years. I live on the street I grew up on for a reason. So don't come in here and tell us what we need to be doing. We know what needs to happen. We would love to see downtown be a downtown without sky rises, without 10-story buildings. Give us 4. You want to build a 4-story building? Build a 4-story building. But 10? Come on. And I'm sorry. I appreciate the fact that Community Medical Center is now a teaching college. It's wonderful. Good for them. But those people are not going to fill 285 apartments And 2 and 3 bedroom apartments? You think 1 kid per apartment? Who's going in there? Somebody with more than 1 kid. So as you all sit here judging us for how we feel about our backyard, think of it if it was in your backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to be heard?
Okay.
In the back, sir. I missed it over here. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
John Gonzalez, 104 Hamlet Court. Just 2 very quick and direct questions. Seeing this project has changed considerably over the past several years since it was initially discussed, has there been any recent conversation with the fire companies that would provide fire protection for this complex?
I defer to Mr. Roberts and
I know that, good evening. I know that Joe's looking at the fiscal impact study, but the fiscal impact study just didn't focus on the schools. There were interviews with all department heads and all of the entities, including police and fire, and their conclusion was the only fiscal challenge in terms of cost would be in education. So that, in other words, the police department has the capacity to be able to serve the building. Administratively, here in Town Hall, we have the capacity, and in all emergency services, there are capacity to serve the building. So the answer is yes, it's included in the fiscal impact study.
Okay.
When was that report done?
It's being finalized as the projects evolve, but there's a final version of it that is included now.
When it was a 10-story building? Yes. Okay. Because currently, I'm sure most of you are aware that a 5-story building, for residential purposes, is the largest building in the township. It's accurate. Secondly, is there any discussion in this project that had been previously mentioned of some type of solution for the downtown firehouses and a consolidation and building of a new station in this project?
in this project? Well, go ahead, Mr. Roberts, but no, this is just this building.
I understand that there's been discussions over the years, well before I got here, about the consolidation of the fire companies. This site is not one of the sites that's been considered for that, but I'm sure that that discussion will continue to go on, but it's really not related to this particular building on this particular site. I can tell you that fire company number 2 across the street is in the redevelopment area. I strike that. That's on block 658.01, I believe, which is the same block as the 7-Eleven, so it's not in the redevelopment area. Fire company number 1 is in the rehab area, so it's in a different area than the plan that we're talking about tonight. But it is in the rehab area. The one block that's neither of the two areas is the block between Main and Iron, which includes fire company number 2. So I'm correcting myself. It was originally thought to be in the redevelopment area, but a resolution to designate it never happened because of Sandy. Sandy interrupted the whole thing. So that's something that most likely we think will be part of a rehab area in the future, but right now is in between. So it's not in either area. That's not to say that the consolidation of the two fire companies can't happen. I think the question is finding a site and coming up with how it's going to be paid for.
And just to clarify, as part of this project, the leadership, AKA fire chiefs, of the two fire companies that provide fire suppression service to this site were contacted and it was discussed with. Is that what you were saying?
I believe he was referring to the fire subcode officials in the Fire Prevention Bureau.
Okay. So not the actual fire companies that are going to provide service to this building?
Being that the chiefs change every year, that's correct. It was the fire subcode official and the Bureau of Fire Prevention.
Okay.
We never talked to the fire department?
Subcode changes too. But, thank you.
Any other member of the public wish to be heard?
So can I make the motion now that we table this until the next meeting? Oh, one more.
One more.
Just close public comment, or?
One more. Go ahead.
Elizabeth Puglisi, 7B Westlake Drive, Manchester. I just had a quick question. The affordable housing units, I just wanted clarification. Are they for the residents of the hospital that those units are going to be given to, or are they for the general public?
It's a lottery.
The state regulations require that that affordable units, no matter what building they're in and what town they're in, that the applications be monitored through a lottery. So effectively, we have an administrative agent. We expect that administrative agent would handle these 43 units. They would put out an advertisement. They would accept applications for all those units. The individual applications would be reviewed for eligibility. That would go into a lottery. Now, we explained the veterans' preference earlier, but to answer your question, we cannot target designate by town or give preference by town in terms of residency, but we can do for veterans. So that's the only preference that the state allows us to do. So the applications can be from anywhere in the state of New Jersey. You can't discriminate.
I was only asking because a resident coming in, and I think the woman from Community Medical Center stated this, that their income is severely low. So I would think that they'd be looking for affordable housing. So when she's talking about them coming to this property for affordable housing in order to be schooled at Community Medical Center, 27 of them, where will they be housed? If she's looking at this property to house them.
Again, of the 43 units, it gets more and more complicated when you deal with. Right, but there would be units there should be units in this building or in the general area that are deed restricted affordable that will have a stratum of incomes. That's required in every affordable housing agreement as well. I can't speak for what residents make a year, but I would imagine that any income range probably just generally anywhere from probably 50,000 or in that range would be something that would qualify for one of the affordable ranges, but the affordables are broken down into moderate income, low income, and very low income, and that means they're subsidized by the other 282 units. I would think that an operation like Community Medical Center will have income ranges that vary from the lower end to the higher end, depending on whether they're technicians or residents or doctors, et cetera. Some of them will qualify for the affordable units and be able to be accepted into the lottery. But what the redeveloper has committed to is giving incentives for all of the units, not just the affordables, which they don't have as much control over, but the other 282 units, giving incentives to first responders, medical care workers, et cetera, where they do have control over who the tenants are.
So my concern right now is for my community, and it's for the people that right now don't have housing. And so I absolutely am for science, and for police department, and for allowing them affordable housing. My concern is the people right now that are struggling with housing. So we already have people in our community, in our town, that don't have a place to live, so they would want to be placed on that list for the affordable housing. So as we're pulling people in to facilitate them in the medical profession, we have people in our community, if you live here, that are in need of housing right now. So that's my concern, is that if this does get developed, where's the preference for the people right now who are having difficulty finding housing? And one other question. There are going to be more than 25 to 50 children housed in this building. I mean, that's a very low ball assumption, especially with the amount of bedrooms that you're proposing for this building. And so how is this child friendly? Because I don't see anything or hear anything about what you said about this development property that's friendly for the children. I didn't hear a playground. I didn't hear a facility for the children. I heard everything in reference to singles, and I'm not against that because I was a single at one time too. But if you know the history of Toms River, we're a family community. We're built on family. We have many families. I counted sitting here 10 elementary schools in Toms River. Toms River, 10 elementary schools, and I might be wrong, there may be more, but at least 10. We've got 3 middle schools and 3 high schools. So we are a large family community. So I see where you're catering to singles in this development, but that's unlikely to happen. It will be filled with children. So what do you have available to the children that will facilitate them in this building.
I mean, let me just address that, because it's almost like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Some people are saying there's going to be too many kids, we don't want so many because the school can't afford it. You're saying we should have more kids. Well, so I'll address the likelihood, but you can see how the people are expressing the concern that there's going to be too many children. You're expressing the concern that there's not going to be enough children, which is sort of the dilemma of the governing body. Well, so my point is, this is designed for singles, for not children, right? And when you say it's unlikely, I know, but there's a study by Rutgers, and then a second study by Rutgers. Well, I'm just telling you the data, to someone said, well, data is facts, right? Right. Anyway, the point is, Rutgers did 2 studies. Based upon those studies, it was determined that the number of children likely to come out of that, and this is born to live in a building like this in New Jersey, in this region, in this area, yes. What I'm telling you is Rutgers did a study across the state of New Jersey by, well, I mean, all you can do is a study, right? What else is?
Okay.
We can agree.
We can agree to disagree. He is trying to explain, thank you, he is trying to explain where they got their information from. Okay. Okay, you made your point, and he was trying to do it. Again,
So we
one
can
of those
agree and
points-
disagree about the number of kids, but I can say that this is designed not to have a lot of kids for many of the reasons we discussed. It's that studios won't have children, the one-bedrooms are not likely to have children. The analysis that's given on the number of children primarily attributes them to the 3-bedroom than the 2 bedrooms, and that's where they come up with. So the expectation is by number of bedrooms, the number of kids, few in studios, very few in 1-bedrooms, more in 2 bedrooms, and more in 3 bedrooms. And that's how it's broken down. That analysis, again, which is by Rutgers. And so this is purposely designed more towards millennials, more towards people who have sold their homes and want to stay in the community. That's the design plan. So yes, it's not designed with a lot of things for children. I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so I appreciate that. And I thank you for answering my questions. And I just want to leave with this. Toms River is a community. It's family. And I see where it's going with regard to a building like this. And I fail to see how the community is going to stand behind it, those who have families, who have children vested in this town. I understand about business and revenue, believe me, but there's other ways that we can move forward in that. There's a apartment complex building that's going up over by our movie theater. Camelot, I believe, is the developer possibly. So I see development all over Ocean County. I think the residents need to be aware of these things, educate them, get educated on these things, and advocate for your families and your community. I'm not necessarily sure that we're welcoming an Asbury Park and a Red Bank into our community. Those who have lived here, born and raised here, raised families here, may very well just want to keep it the town of Toms River that it is. And as far as revenue is concerned, revenue does come into this county and community in this town, and high-rise apartment buildings aren't what brought it here. Thank you.
Any other member of the public wish to be heard or have any questions?
Seeing none,
Seeing
move
none.
to close public comment.
Aye.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 So I'd like to make a motion to table the resolution.
I'll second that.
Council President, as point of order, I never even read the resolution's title into the record, so may I do so first?
If that's what's necessary and legal, yes.
Resolution of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, designating a redeveloper for the property commonly known as Block 569, Lots 3, 4, 5, 5.01, 10, and 11.01 on the tax map of the township, and authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement and purchase and sale agreement. May I have the vote again?
Council, your pleasure.
I'd like to make a motion to table
I
the
would second
resolution.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilman Roderick, seconded by Councilman Turnback.
May we have some clarification on that motion to table? We need a date.
Date certain?
The next meeting is
Table-
August 24th.
Table till the next meeting?
Oh,
Mr.
I
Turnbull?
I
August
think
24th.
that the clarification's really got to come from when Capadaglia can sit down with the residents. So you're asking us to give a date certain, but I don't want to give a date certain where we were then forced to vote when I think that the bid
Because
said it
we're
was
gonna-
gonna be
Luckily, we
possible.
have,
August 26th.
Can I suggest we table it to the next meeting, and if they're not done yet, we table it again at that point, but at least we pick a date?
I believe that the bid director said that there was a meeting scheduled for August 26th. Was that
Perhaps they
correct?
can move that up and, like, within the next week?
Council President, this seems to be a hot topic here. We have residents that need to get some answers. We have developers that need to move on with a project. I think before August 25th, which is before August 24th, would behoove everyone, because I would hate to have to table this again, but if we can get people in the room, it gives us 2 weeks, let's do it. I think that's the best way to go.
I think if we can get some publication out from the township using direct development and the press releases, that we should let that know, because we need to get the residents made aware of this. So the township, I think, has got to do their part to advertise this as well.
Okay. We'll try to set
So
something
the
up.
motion then would be for
August 24th?
24th.
Okay.
With Capadaglia meeting, hopefully within the next week, or certainly prior to the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I can
if
speak for your
possible.
professional team. We'll make ourselves available
Yeah.
at any time. I'm certainly, I can speak for the Capadaglia team. They'll make themselves available at any time.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Turnbull,
Okay.
is that all right with you?
Yes.
Motion made to table to August 24th, made by Councilman Roderick, second by Councilman Turnbull. Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbull.
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes, I hope that at that time this council can feel a little bit more comfortable. I hope the residents can feel a little bit more comfortable with this. You know, this has been a topic that has been going on since I got on council, and truthfully, this has been going on prior to me being on council. So I think, there's been a lot of discussion about this, a lot of talking about this, and truthfully, it's been a political football too. So people understand what's going on downtown. We worked very, very, very hard on this, and I hope people take the time now to talk with the group that our development team, like I said, they brought us out to their redevelopment projects. I saw their high quality of work. We worked very hard on this project, but I'm hoping that the residents that have some concern make themselves available. I know the Capadaglia group will make themselves available in our team here. And I hope at that time, on the August 24th meeting, we can make a decision here. So I vote yes to table.
Councilman Lotano.
I, too, with Councilman Kopp, saw their projects in Roselle Park, which I thought was going to be their crown jewel of complexes, and I was wrong, because the next one I saw at Rawway kind of blew me away. Their quality of work is very good. I know when it comes to a project like this, financing dictates everything. I know that the banks expected them to get started. I know they're on a squeeze. I hope in the next week we can all get together and answer as many more questions as we can. I'll vote yes to table until next meeting.
Council Vice President Maruka.
I hope both sides can get together and meet on this, and I think people have to stick to the facts here. I think when we start getting into this side of town, that side of town, name calling and things like that, it doesn't behoove anybody. We're one town, we're one community here, Toms River. And I hope the residents, the developers can get together and be able to communicate the facts, and people can make an educated decision on this. I know it's tough. This is the first time we're seeing, the first time this has really come to this far, a project of this magnitude. But I think we really need to take a hard look at it and view it from all aspects. And I vote yes to table only to the 24th.
Council President Gagan.
I also hope all the residents can attend, get your questions answered. We've attended numerous meetings. I realize change is tough. We've all spoken about, well, I live here. We also all live here. I was born here. To me, this is still Dover Township. I wasn't happy with the name change. I'm really not happy with the form of government. I think it was much simpler back in the day. it's just bloated government, and we can't get out of our own way sometimes. You know, this is like the plain on final approach, and now we have to do another go-around. There's been, I mean, one of the earliest dates I think I heard where this project started was 2009. I mean, Josh was probably still in diapers or something then, but you know, we're trying to move forward with all the residents, all the business owners in mind, and although I did not attend with them the different buildings, I did watch the Zoom, and it was pretty impressive. I've been to other cities also, Fort Myers, Charleston, and whatnot, that have similar things, and it has done wonders for the community. I hope the residents, they can win you over, they can answer all your questions, and I'll vote to table it for one meeting.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Moving on to item number 13, an ordinance of the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey, approving application for long-term tax exemption and authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with Meridia Toms River 40 Urban Renewal, LLC. First reading.
Move the ordinance on first.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilman Kopp. Council Vice President Maruka?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Councilman Lotano?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
No.
Councilman Turnbach?
I have strong concerns based on the conversation tonight with regard to the amount of children that are going to be here and the impact it's going to have on our schools. And I understand in a normal municipality that's not suffering the effects of S2, that pilots are what are needed to make these projects happen. But Toms River is facing drastic cuts to its education right now, and I'm not comfortable with the numbers I'm hearing as far as the amount of students and what payments we're going to make to the school from the council. So I'm going to try and find out what that analysis is and what the council is willing to pay, but I can't support this with the drastic cuts to the school at this point, so I'm going to be a no.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Next, we have our consent agenda. All items listed under item consent agenda will be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired on any item, that item will be considered separately.
Okay. Council, any member of the council have any item they wish to discuss separately? I know item F we would like to postpone and discuss in executive session.
Yeah.
Does F as in Frank? Does any other member of the council have any item they wish to discuss separately? Any member of the public have any item they wish to discuss separately?
Seeing none,
Council,
I
you're
move
frozen.
the balance of the consent agenda, other than item F.
I do have some, I do have two items I'd like an individual vote. Excuse me, I needed to step out briefly.
Okay, which items?
Opening it up, sorry. F and I, like roll calls on F and I.
Yeah, as I said, item F is removed to discuss an executive session. That's item I, as in item?
Yes.
Okay.
Move the balance of the consent agenda, other than items F as in Frank and I as in Igloo.
Second.
Igloo.
Motion was made by Councilwoman Yurick, seconded by Councilman Kopp, to pass the balance of the consent agenda with the exceptions of item F and I. Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes. You know, a separate roll call vote, is that what you requested? or did you have a
I would like I just would like Mr. Shankalian to let the public know what exactly are the plans for 642 Bay Avenue? What do they want to put there? Is he still with us, or?
Yes, he's in the front row. I know it's a pad site. I'm not sure if he would have that. That's a pad site, like in front of Ocean County Mall that faces Bay Ave, across from Seacourt Mall.
Well, they're accepting. Do we know what's going there, or? Yeah, sure. I didn't find it on the in the file. It wasn't there.
My computer already closed out, so can't even.
Unless
click
you
on
want
it.
to, it's a long night, if
It's
you
the
want to table that
performance
till.
guarantees,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, before what's
Yeah,
going there, major
so
site plan.
We've explained performance guarantees several times. I mean, it's already.
Yeah, I understand that. I had a question as to what we were taking a performance guarantee for, Lori.
Some type of
Not sure what-
commercial building is on that site.
Something that's already been built. No?
Frankly, why am I required to vote on it then,
It's already
Lori?
approved. It's
Lori?
already approved.
No, Lori, you wouldn't have to vote on it if you have to vote whether or not to accept performance guarantees. So you are ultimately the person that decides whether this goes forward. So I have a question as to
Thank you. I
what's
was
going to be
asking our
put there.
attorney, not you.
It's not
Thank you.
in there.
Mr. Roderick.
Well, you
I was
continue to be
addressing our
confrontational with me this
attorney,
evening. It's very silly.
not
It's very childish.
You. Thank
Very
you.
childish. Dan, Councilman Roderick, come on. It's been a long night for everybody.
Right.
It must be a gem to live. In order to keep things going, Ms. Carlisle, if you want to read the reports into the record, and we can move on to the approval of the bills, if council doesn't object, and then we can go back to item I as an item.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, you would like me to read the
Or,
numbers of
I'm
the
sorry, we'll
reports?
take a motion to accept the reports
Okay.
as,
Motion to accept reports.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, second by Councilman Turnbach for the reports. Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
yes. And we can move on to approval of the bills.
Motion to move the bill list.
Second.
Motion made by Council Vice President Maruka, second by Councilman Turnbach. Council Vice President Maruka.
Abstain to PO 21-04117, payable to NJMVC, and 21-04123, Tom's River payroll item, NJMVC lease program. I have a conflict, yes to the balance.
Councilman Turnbach.
Abstain from PO 21-04123, payable to magistrates. I'm a local attorney in town. I have a conflict, yes to the balance.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Abstain from PO 20-00569, 21-04110, 21-04111, and 21-04112, payable to Remington and Vernick Engineers, yes to the balance.
Councilman Kopp.
I abstain from the following: 21-04116, payable to Owen & Little Associates, and 21-03856, payable to the Borough of South Towns River, yes to the balance.
Councilman Lotano.
I have no conflicts. I vote yes.
Councilman Roderick.
There was no abstention list this evening in the file, so I'm going to abstain to the entire bill list this evening.
There was an abstention list. It was circulated on Friday, as always.
It was
But it's
with
not-
the, it was with the agenda and the bill list and the abstention list. They were in the same email.
It's not in the file. Okay,
Yeah, and then they're in our folders, our executive session.
so then I have no abstentions this evening. I vote yes.
Council Vice President Maruka. Oh, I'm sorry. Council President Gagan.
I reviewed the full bill list as well as the abstention list, and I have no conflicts, so I vote yes.
Excellent.
Okay. Mr. Chinkelli, did you have an answer for that for us, please?
That's the pad site at Ocean County Mall, across from Artisans. That it's been cleared already. It's been sitting for a while. Unfortunately, it's been at board. The developer's taken a while, but it's a retail site. I don't know the what business is going to be in there, but it's a retail pad.
Not
site.
a residential site? It's
No,
not a
no, not
retail
at all.
site. Thank you.
Council, your pleasure. Item I.
Move item I.
Second.
Motion was made to move item I by Council Vice President Maruka, second by Councilman Roderick.
No.
Oh, Kopp. Lotano.
Long night.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes. Okay. Next, we have elected official comments. Mayor Hill. Make it quick.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to highlight the fact that on Friday, July 30th, we received word that Toms River was selected for the VA clinic. That's been 3.5 years in formulation. I want to thank Dave Roberts. Initially, we were looking at the site on Route 9 where we own property because the county was going to have their social service building next door to that. The county then purchased the land on Hooper Avenue. We had another site on Hooper and Caudina, so we pivoted, went to that area. It took a lot of work. Dave put together a proposal within 2 weeks. We found out about this on short notice. I talked to Dave, and he pulled this together. We actually had approval of this site last year, March of 2020. However, the contractor defaulted. Once again, we moved swiftly to get FD Stonewater involved, who had done buildings with the government and the VA, and I'm pleased to say that they signed their lease on the 30th of July. This is a big win for the veterans of this county and this town and the surrounding areas. They're going to be able to get more medical services. The building is going to be at least 2.5 times the size of one in Brick. It means also they're going to be nearer the amenities. Social service building from Ocean County will be located next door, which also houses the Ocean County Veteran Service Bureau. So it'll be one-stop shopping. You've got 2 major banks within a half mile. You've got 2 malls within a half a mile. Additionally, it's serviced by New Jersey Transit. So it's a win for the veterans. It's also a win for this town. They're going to be high-quality jobs in healthcare field, and it's going to provide, I think, a shot in the arm for the economy of this town. Veterans will be coming into this town for services. They're going to be going to restaurants, at the mall. They're going to be shopping. So I think it's going to be a stimulus to the buildings and the commercial enterprises within that area. So again, big win for the residents and the big win for the veterans especially. And I was passionate. It was a project that was near and dear to my heart as a Navy veteran, so I'm glad they made the right choice and selected Toms River. And one last note, tomorrow our Little League team, Terrell, plays for the championship. They're going to play Upper Providence, PA. If they win, they go to, not tomorrow, Thursday. Thursday, 7 p.m., sorry. They're going to play Upper Providence, PA. I will tell you that most of us went out to see them at their last practice. They've got an excellent team, good defense, and they've got 4 very good, high-quality pitchers. And I think, if you know anything about the Little League tournament, the most important thing is your defense and your pitching, because you've got to be able to send 4 frontline pitchers in these tournaments. And they won their first game 3-0, and they won the other day 3-1. So Thursday, 7 p.m., they're going to be playing Upper Providence. A win there, and they go into the World Series. So good luck to the Terrell Little League.
Thank you very much. Councilman Rauder.
Well, I just wanted to, although it's all been said before, we were told for the last year that there was no plan for apartments downtown. And we see tonight that there is most certainly a plan, although the numbers have changed since we've met and discussed this behind closed doors. It's now out there in front of the public. I wanted to address a few things that I felt are necessary. I mean, the whole idea here that 200 new apartments is going to bring in vital business and it's going to alter the shape of the downtown. I don't know if I necessarily agree in that we already have near 100,000 residents, and there are empty storefronts all around the community. And people struggle with a lot of these small businesses downtown. And I'm not so sure just because we put some apartments up that those folks are going to decide to patronize businesses in that area. I mean, there are a lot of condos down there already. And, again, the businesses are struggling. And again, there's no money in this for our schools. And there's nothing in what we voted on this evening that would mandate that. So I'm steadfastly opposed to this, and other than that, I have nothing for this evening.
Thank you. Councilman Turnbull.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank the entire council for tabling the vote on that, because I think it's important for our residents to have the opportunity to ask the questions that they want to ask, and it's a fine balance we've got to walk. We want to put a boost into our downtown. At the same time, we want to make sure that the people who live downtown, when the business close, have the ability to understand what's going on. So I appreciate the council tabling this vote. I want to congratulate Mayor Hill and Dave Roberts for the work you did to get the VA down here. And Mayor, when you're on the council, when we were at events, you were constantly talking about getting the VA here. Any shot you had to speak to congressmen or anybody that had any influence, I watched you do it. And when I found out we were getting the VA, I was very proud of your efforts. And Dave Roberts, the work you put in to get this done is phenomenal. So it is a shot in the arm. It's a great thing for our vets, but it doesn't happen without the two of you, and I greatly appreciate your efforts. And it's something that is going to be a mark for Toms River, a positive mark forever. So thank you both. And go Toms River East Little League. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Liptow.
Thank you, Council President. Again, I want to talk about the VA. It's been a huge thing coming. It's a 70,000 square foot facility. It's fantastic for our veterans and for our entire community, and everybody involved. This administration and in the past deserves a lot of credit. Our Little League team, it is Thursday at 7. It will be on ESPN for all you to watch. I know some of the other ones were on ESPN Plus. If you didn't have that, this one will be on ESPN. As far as our next meeting talking about this redevelopment project, please tell your friends about the question and answer thing we're going to put together with the group, with the Capodaglia group. I think the township should post it on their website and possibly their Facebook page. I personally would share it. The more people there, the better. Developers willing to commit like $66 million out of his pocket to build this project. And although there is 100,000 people almost in this town, having a group of people in that demographic that are going to walk to businesses would vitalize the downtown. So downtowns throughout the country, I think, when malls opened up, they put most of the downtowns out of business. People even stood up here today and said, you had Woolworths and a bunch of other things. Well, Woolworths went to the mall when I was a kid. Amazon has put malls pretty much out of business. So they're focusing more on pad sites and restaurants. And it's up to the downtowns to pivot as well. And they need the small mom and pop shops, restaurants, bars, places that are pretty much Amazon proof. You're going to go and grab something unique or some art or, food and drink or entertainment. Having that building downtown with the foot traffic that's the plan, is to, get the foot traffic in there to keep those businesses alive. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Maruka.
Thank you, Council President. Just going to talk about a couple things we can put into the win column. The first one was the VA hospital. The second one was we approved the final on the ordinance this evening for the additional dollars for the Surf Club to go with the grants coming from Blue Acres and Green Acres. The next one we have to put in the win column is Thursday night at 7 p.m. And I'm just going to say go East, and hopefully next week on the 24th we'll be able to move forward on another project for Toms River. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Burek.
So first and foremost, of course, I wanted to congratulate the mayor and Mr. Roberts on getting the VA building over the finish line, because that was just something that you both had been working on so hard for several years. And being on the land use committee, I heard a lot of the detail going on, and I really want to congratulate you both. It was a lot of work. So, and it's great, of course, for Toms River. And then, of course, I wish Toms River East Little League good luck in their game. I remember in the late 90s when I had moved down here in 96, and I was working over at Community 2 years later, I guess, and I heard someone was watching on the TV, and I didn't know what are they so excited about. It was the Little League game, the World Series, and so here's hoping that Toms River East Little League progresses to that point again. About the Capadagli project, the project we've been talking about tonight, the council, not this council, long prior council, named the area in need of redevelopment in 2012. So this is not new. The downtown areas, like the downtown in Toms River and the downtown of the town that I grew up in, they're abandoned. They're just not. It's not going to be what it was when we were growing up, because it's just not. That ship sailed decades ago. You know, I drive through my hometown when I go to visit my mom and just look at the stores and say, wow, you know, used to be a really bustling little place, and it's just not. And actually, one of the buildings from Capadagli, one of the buildings that I visited two of his buildings in Hackensack. And when I worked and went to school in Hackensack in the late 80s, they mentioned State Street, and I was like, oh, geez, I was afraid to walk down State Street, you know, and now it's revived, it's bustling, it's got people there that you're not afraid of. You know, that's what a development like this can do. And so, yes, the residents do need to hear what needs to be said, and it's unfortunate that after the comments, they all just left. So I didn't comment during my vote because, sorry, Art's still here to hear me, and everybody. I didn't comment during my vote because normally we don't excessively comment during the vote. We save it for our comments now. So, but I do think that it's important for the residents to hear what's going on. I agree. I'm frankly surprised that residents didn't know more, because we started talking to, we got the proposal from Capadagli a couple of years ago, and we've been talking with them since then. I did site visits before the last election, before half this council was here, to a Capadagli building. I mean, we've been talking about it for a long, long time. So I'm glad that the public's going to get an opportunity to speak with the developers, but I don't think everybody's going to get to do a site visit. Everybody's not going to get to do the discovery that we've done for many years. We've been, rehashing this and bringing it back and making them, work for it. And this is a really reputable developer, and they're willing to take a chance on Toms River, and they're really willing to take a personal chance on Toms River. And so I hope that after the next meeting, at the next meeting, hopefully you've had that resident meeting by then, and that we can move forward with this. And that's it. Have a great night.
Thank you. Councilman Kopp.
I think it's all been said, Council President, so no comments tonight.
It's a long night, yes.
Long.
Well, usually I say no comments, but again, congratulations to Mayor Hill, Dave Roberts, and all the other professional staff that worked tirelessly long before many of us were here to get the VA clinic. It's a huge win for not only Toms River, Ocean County, but our vets at large. We need to take care of them first and foremost. In addition to the finalization of the Surf Club monies, those are two projects that I know Mayor Hill and some of us have worn on fake social media sites that were never going to happen, or turning into a homeless shelter. It's easy to sit up here and vote no on everything and not be prepared. It takes a different type person to sit and listen to the scrutiny of the people and attend the meetings, be informed, and try to pass that along. Along with that, good luck to Toms River Trail for next Thursday night, 2 nights from now. The last time they won was 1998. I remember that because my father was actually mayor of then Dover Township, not Toms River, Dover Township. And I was still working as a police officer and had the opportunity to lead the parade down Route 37 from the hospital. And there were so many of our residents that were out, you couldn't even get onto Route 37. there was barely one lane passable. So I want to see that happen again. And at that, I'll open it up to public comments. Mr. Shea, yeah.
Council President, just before, one thing I take back to either the builder and also to the bid and the residents, maybe we can offer them our room here, because it's going to be a lot of people. I would think this would be the
Absolutely.
best.
If they can coordinate that with the
Coordinate
clerk.
with the clerk's office to offer this room here to have the residents meeting.
Yeah, we're looking possibly for Robert Shea on behalf of Capadoglia. Again, I appreciate the time the council spent. We understand some of the concerns of the neighbors. I'm also a little bit perplexed that this project has been going on for almost 2 years. We have residents' committees on the bid on a regular basis for the last year and a half. Be that as it may, a lot of the questions that were raised tonight are site plan issues that will be addressed at the time of the site plan before the planning board. Our office is hired to specifically handle the site plan that's coming before the board. Be that as it may, however, is that there are certain issues, if they're of concern to the residents, we've heard them tonight, very frankly, they were addressed tonight by the professionals of the township. A lot of those questions that were raised are questions that your professionals had to respond to. We would be more than happy to echo those same questions and same answers and entertain additional questions, but all things have to come to an end. And we're looking perhaps for August 19th, which is next Thursday, to have a meeting. Some people may be able to make it, some people may not be able to make it. But ultimately, the 24th will come around, and at some point in time, the developer is going to have an answer. Because, again, I've spent 44 years practicing law in this town. I haven't probably moved from the area that I started practicing on Courthouse Lane up to the present spot on Lean Street. And for 30 years, we've been talking about redeveloping downtown. And I have to tell you that in the process that the township went through, as Mr. Roberts explains, there weren't a lot of other developers in back of Capadoglia. And this is the opportunity now. This is the opportunity for this township to move forward into another generation, really another direction, that's going to, as many other people had indicated, is going to assist the businesses downtown. I think ultimately is going to assist additional residents to come down and enjoy downtown as well. But again, those are things that have been discussed in detail over the last 3 or 4 hours. We'd be more than happy to again explain those items in detail to the residents who do show up, and we will be back here on the 24th, hopefully for a final vote on this project.
Thank you very much, sir.
The 19th could I'll coordinate with perhaps Mr. Roberts to get a room available.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think she's writing that date down now.
And we'll be directing again the individual who showed up here. We'll be more than happy to contact them. I'm sure there's a record of their addresses and names.
Yes.
Mr. Graysick had called, who serves on our committee, as a matter of fact. There's a residents committee. We can direct it through them. But again, we're not going to be in a position to address every resident in the town, nor are we going to be sending notices out to everyone in the town. We'll address the concerns that these people out here, and then my client really expects to move this forward, one way or the other, very frankly.
Very good. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Does any other member of the public wish to be heard? Mr. Anderson. Well, you know something, let me go with this gentleman first. You. Yes, sir. If you would, just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Tom Smith. I'm actually a Jackson resident, 520 Whitesville Road. I'm here, I've been here a few times before. It's Toms River Block 2, lots 3082 to 3085. It's adjacent to my residence. That's a Sam and Paul drywall business by the train tracks.
Right.
So we're next door to that. I've been complaining for years. I know there's been issues with that site with filling wetlands that go all the way back 20 years. But in the last 5 years, we've been complaining, and I've been down here because they built a truck terminal in the back with no approvals. They did submit a plan that was rejected, and it sat since then. The property split between Jackson and Toms River, but the truck terminal is built on the Toms River lots. Mr. Mackles issued a series of violations. He did provide me with violation numbers. There's been court adjournments in the municipal court for more than 2 years with no explanation. I did an Oprah request to try to get copies from the municipal court with the summons numbers. They told me they have no record of them. I did an Oprah request asking for the proceedings of what the adjournments had been based on, and was given no information. I have Oprah requests that came back saying no information available. So what I'd like to find out is how this gets adjourned for the last 2 years, all these court dates for these summonses, with no explanation, and I mean, I go on the Zoom for the court appearance, and the judge adjourns it with nothing said on the record. So I'm just trying to understand how this keeps going on, because this lot becomes bigger every week. Triaxle trucks, contractors dumping in the woods right by our property. They're filling in wetlands buffer, and I don't see it ever being repaired. It seems in these situations, damage done is left there. And I'm trying to figure out how they keep getting away with this and how it's been adjourned for the 2 years that I've been chasing it. So,
Unfortunately, I don't have the answer to that question, but if you would, I know you've left it before, give your contact information with our business administrator, Lou Amoruso. Maybe you can schedule a site visit out there. I know you've been more than patient. I am familiar with that property. I didn't realize what was going on in the back of it, but
we see the contractors dumping in the woods,
and,
so that's why it's...
and when you see it from your own home, that's when it gets frustrating. It's like the speeding cars in front of your house. Nowhere else in the town, but, you know.
Yeah,
But
I'll
we-
reach out to the court.
And the
to
courts
try to
are,
get some answers.
again, hands to a separate authority. But if you would, please, thank you very much for, again, coming. Mr. Anderson, you're, yeah, you both spoke.
Art Anderson, 12 Park Street. Hey, Laura, who's the only ones left now? I said,
You're
who's the
there.
only ones left
You're
now?
there.
Again, I thank you guys for tabletopping the meeting for the 19th. But I think from my point of view is you guys keep saying that, you know, we're going to meet with them. It's not just them. We need the financial people that are coming up with these numbers, that, especially my questions on the numbers.
They should be included
they
in the
should be
meeting.
included,
Mr.
so-
Baumann, and yeah, like they would be included in that. meeting.
Okay. I was just making sure that we're not just having them there, and
No.
that we will have the people that financially for the town that has some, we have questions
They're the ones
for.
with the numbers that I
Yes.
don't have memorized.
You know me, I'm a number guy.
There should be everyone there that could be able to answer any questions you have.
Okay. And that will go out and everyone in the town will know about it? I don't know how?
Yeah, it'll be an open meeting that they'll have. They don't have to abide by the same rules and
Yeah.
regulations we
No,
have as
just
far
making
as
sure that we-
notices, but we'll put it out on
You know?
the township webpage, social media, you know.
And again, I know that, you know, the bid said that, I don't understand why, you know, people didn't go or whatever. I've been on this residential council for 20 years and I was not asked, you know? And I don't understand why. I'm down in town, I see a lot of yous, but I don't see these people that are in charge of the bid downtown at these events. I'm at all of them. I mean,
We just all
I
stand
volunteer,
out.
You know? Again, I'm sorry.
Targets, that's okay.
But I do have a question about on the bills. There's a bill for $11,535 for the Hooper Cadena redevelopment appraisal?
Yes, maybe, Cardenia,
That's with
yeah. That's by the
the-
TD Bank. Maybe Mr. Roberts can answer that for you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the specific bill, but I do know about the appraisal. This is a bill that's paid throughout an escrow. That is the VA project, effectively. So those properties all had to be appraised in order for a contract to be prepared and so that the VA developer can acquire them from the property owners, and that's what that's for. That's for the cost of the appraisals. There was actually 5 or 6 appraisals done because there was 5 or 6 property owners.
Okay, thank you.
So the cost will be reimbursed from the developer?
Yes.
Okay, then, thank you. And one other thing, I know I've come up here and talked about it plenty of times, but what was it, last week we had the boat show, and I don't know if anyone went down, but we had red tape around the gazebo, and it's been how many months now? I just don't understand why we can't finish this project.
Mr. Chinkalian, it's government, again, and supplies and whatnot.
Oh, we actually, the gazebo's been ordered, we're still waiting on that. The foundation work, we received bids. As the council knows, at I believe the last meeting, the bids came in astronomically high. We believe we got a couple contractors just threw some numbers out, like 5 times the estimate, so it was rejected and rebid, and I believe they're due again Thursday.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll get a more reasonable bid to do that work.
All right, thank you.
Is there any way we can see the plans on that gazebo? Is it going to be almost like it was before, or is it going to be a lot smaller?
No, it's be almost the same, just metal.
That's it, thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome, anytime, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello again, Leslie Peters, Meadowlands Court. It has been said that the public is not aware of what is going on. By reading the resolutions right here, Block 569, lots 3, 4, 5, 5.0, how would I know that that was Water Street? And the notices are in the back of the press, and I need a magnifying glass to read them. If you want people to be involved in our community, it has to be a newspaper article. It has to be something written saying, okay, Toms River, this is the project that's coming on. For 2 years, you've been going and looking at these places. When were we going to be told that? Were we told, oh, this is what it's going to look like, and you went to Hackensack or wherever it was and saw what these communities, what these builders did? But was the community ever showed this?
Yeah, there's been meetings here where we've had renditions up there. The council members that have gone up to the communities have spoken about it when they, when they've got back and things like that. I know we've had people from the Asbury Park Press, The Patch, Toms River Online that have been here and have written articles over the past couple years concerning these projects.
Okay, thank you. I was not aware of that, but to find out what is going on in the community needs to be discussed in a better understanding to the, I don't want to say the normal people or the abnormal people, or whatever we are.
You're definitely not the first person that said that the resolutions as they're written on the agenda are difficult to understand, or even the meetings, and I even misspoke before when I said, oh, performance guarantee. That's when it's already been approved, not after it's built. That's a maintenance guarantee. So, yeah.
For my community, and I wouldn't have known that they were actually going to build something right in front of my community if my community didn't find out about it.
But there are certain times that that is noticed, and you would know about it, because this is premature, honestly. It's the very, very beginning of this. This is a little different because it's a redevelopment project, but the normal processes, by the time it's on the agenda with the block and lot number, it's already gone to the planning board where the neighbors have been notified and they've come in and they've had the public hearings. This is a little different because of the redevelopment area, but it's still just the beginning. This whole project is not a done deal after the 24th if we even, if we approve it.
It sounds like, by the
But it's
24th,
not.
Somebody wants to make a decision. How is the decision going to be made if the public isn't aware of it? I don't live in downtown anymore. I grew up in downtown. And I understand that we're not going to get what we had downtown again, but if the rents and everything that are downtown don't get fixed so that it brings in business, we can only have, 42 lawyers in one building. We can't have just all businesses that are catering to a certain clientele. You need to, we're going to have a building that has a restaurant in it. Well, what is that going to do with the other 3 restaurants or 4 restaurants that are struggling in downtown to get business? Everybody's going to go to one restaurant, and then these other ones are going to be gone.
That's not our hope.
No.
That's not what?
That is not our hope or intention at all.
I'm just saying, the Ocean County Mall came in, it's beautiful, it's wonderful. It destroyed downtown. So how are we going to bring downtown back?
This is one of the ways to do with the redevelopment. You bring the
You're
people.
going to bring people in.
Where
are they going to shop?
But you're going to bring people in there first into the residential areas. And what that's going to do is they're going to bring money into here. And then people are going to see that there's X amount of people that live in that area. They're making X amount of income and things like that. And then that's going to spur. Like the couple gentlemen got up and says, here's an opportunity to put a business down here. The gentleman from Oceanport.
Yes.
There was a couple other people that would say this will help us expand our
5
business.
years' time.
But we're going to have to start somewhere. We're going to have to start somewhere.
Well, why can't we fix what we have?
May there are already, as I said, there are already tens of thousands of people that live in that area. So the notion that somehow an extra 300 apartments, and you mentioned about the public not being aware, I don't think it's a coincidence that most of the folks here that spoke out against the apartments tonight were from Messenger Street. I wonder how they all found out. But certainly the business community was well notified.
Okay.
Exactly, and I think the council needs to do a better job of being more transparent with resolutions, and I've said that in the past, so I do apologize for that.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to be heard?
Elizabeth Puglisi, just a quick question. I'm on the email for the Toms River Township, so I'm thinking you have a mass email. So can these things be placed on that mass email, or can they not be? Because that's a way of notifying the public other than Facebook. Not many people are on Facebook.
Thank God.
What's that? Can't
Thank
do it?
God.
Oh. And not many people, have the Asbury Park Press coming. So when you email, it's a mass email. So can't these notifications be placed on that mass email? So can I
We do
request
use
that
some of
then? I mean, if, what?
Are you talking about the newsletter?
The e-newsletter, yes.
The newsletter, we can, we'll
Yeah.
we'll get that
That
to
on
our
our newsletter.
our,
That's a tool that,
The Toms River Township government,
the e-newsletter.
email, I guess it's an
Yeah.
email.
Yeah,
But I just
e-newsletter.
received the message from Mo Hill, and it's a, hello
it's a
neighbors.
newsletter,
Yeah, the newsletter.
Got you there.
But but if there's something happening, because people are very likely to join, via email, wouldn't you be able to put these things on email and people would be more informed, and then you wouldn't have this at the meetings?
On the e-newsletter, yes.
Whatever,
We can
that's
do
what I
that,
meant.
yes. Yes.
Because that would be very beneficial. I know it would be to me and maybe everyone else, because many people have emails.
well, I think a simple solution to that would be to put a link out on the newsletter, and then we're going to load the presentation from tonight, so that's got all of the information.
Yeah, I don't know the policies or any of that, but I just think that it needs to be out there, not in a little tiny link at the bottom of a newsletter. There needs to be an awareness of it so that the people, realize what's going on in our community. They need to see it. And I don't want to say younger population, older population, but it needs to be out there so that everyone is aware of what's being addressed at the council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to be heard?
Seeing none, move to go close public comment.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. Motion to go into executive?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So fast. I'm so tired. Whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975 permits the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances to discuss matters requiring confidentiality and/or of a privileged nature, and whereas the Township Council is of the opinion that such circumstances presently exist, now therefore be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean and State of New Jersey as follows. The Township Council will now conduct a private executive session. The general nature of the subject matter to be discussed and/or acted upon is as follows: matters of personnel, attorney-client privilege, and contract negotiations. The following specific items to be discussed are the executive session minutes of July 27, 2021, and the personnel issues of the clerk's office. It is anticipated that the deliberations conducted in closed session may be disclosed to the public upon the determination of the Township Council that the public interest will no longer be served by such confidentiality. Executive session was, motion for executive session was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilwoman York at 10:23 p.m. John, yes. However, are we recording?
You should, yeah, you should be, you should be.
Destiny had that problem when I was absent.
Allison, the audio appears to still be running, but the video is still down.
Okay, I guess we'll just proceed. Do I have a motion to go back into public session? All in favor? Do I have a motion to adopt the minutes of July 27, 2021? And I will call roll. Councilman Latano?
Yes.
Councilman Yurick? Yes. Councilwoman Yurick? Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
No.
Councilman Turnbach?
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka? Council President Gagan?
Yes.
And do I have a motion to Oh, that's right. Okay, motion, item F is moved to hire Judith Tutela. Motion made by Council Vice President Maruka, second by Councilwoman Yurick. Council Vice President Maruka? Yes. Councilwoman Yurick? Yes. Councilman Kopp? Yes. Councilman Lotano? Yes. Councilman Roderick?
No.
Councilman Turnback?
Yes.
Council President Gagan?
Yes.
President Gagan. All in favor? Good night, everyone. 10:33.
Thank you very much. Always appreciate it.
Thank you. Always appreciate you for saying.